Good afternoon. Respected Vice President of International Affairs, Rajabhat University, Chair of Ph.D. ELT, and Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajabhat University, our team speaker, the instructor in PhD curriculum, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the dissertation progress report by PhD ELT students, batch 1, second time. Today at Manutsangkomwattana conference room, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajabhat University, Thailand. The objective of this project is to provide the opportunity for the PhD students to present their dissertation progress, to gain techniques and feedback from the commentators to complete the dissertation proposal. And on this occasion, may I call upon the Vice President of International Affairs, Rajabhat University, Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant, to officially deliver an opening remarks of the dissertation progress report, please. Anyway,
the guest speaker, right, or lecturers, okay, the Akker from Mahasarakham University, the chair of the ELT program, PhD, as well as the dean, okay, of faculties of Humanities and Social Science, our ELT lecturers, okay, our beloved PhD candidates. Welcome back to Buriram, Prachanant University. I'm very glad to be here, to be invited as the to preside over, okay, the progress reports of you. Okay, I just want to, okay, say something, but not much. Okay, not more than 30 seconds, right? Okay, I do hope that, okay, this this workshop, okay, is very fruitful for you, right? In order to report your progress, and I do hope that if you hear the new one, okay, they're different from the previous one. Okay. If possible, you can tell us about the thing that you have done, okay, after the first progress report. Okay, and one more thing that I would like to tell you, okay, please keep in touch with your advisor at least once a month. Not just only see, okay, and breathe and go, right? But you can come and talk and discuss, okay, with the thing that you have to do, okay, the way to go. Because some you need, okay, the right direction, okay, to do. If you just go, okay, without, okay, the recommendation or the guideline from your advisor, sometimes you get lost. Okay, please come, okay, and talk with your advisor. Okay, and then thanks for Dr. Eric, okay, for your kind contribution, okay, today, as well as the two, okay, PhD candidate who passed the proposal defense, okay, Assistant Professor Sittisak and Assistant Professor Onsiri, to, okay, suggest or to give you the things, okay, that you can follow with. And thanks to the PhD program in English language teaching, especially for the chair, okay, to, okay, organize this.
Say hi to our visit online.
For this workshop, okay, and hope, okay, all of you, okay, Nawamin, okay, Jimon, and Dory, okay, from Thailand, and it seems to me that okay, you are very fresh and ready to present the thing that you have done. Okay, just the last 3 or 4 months. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then hope this workshop will be successful. Okay, and I do hope that all of you will defend your proposal soon. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the Vice President for the opening remarks. And it seems to me that Nawamin is in San Francisco. It's not Myanmar. Okay, before we greet you, the first PhD student, Sila. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me bring you to the first program of today. The keynote speech on dissertation completion pathway. Okay, what and how. Okay, for this session, you will have gained the technique how to complete the proposal dissertation. And this is a great honor for us to have Dr. Ambele to be the keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Ambele from Mahasarakham University.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. And let me first of all start by saying thank you to BRU and the Keynote program for another very kind invitation. I'm very humbled by your constant invitations and they actually mean a lot to me. So this afternoon on your progress report, I'll be talking to you for the next few minutes on what I was asked to talk about. They gave me the topic actually. All right, so I'll be talking to you briefly on dissertation completion pathways, what and how. So basically, as PhD students, there are some realities that you need to be aware of. First of all, I normally always start talks like this by telling the students congratulations. It seemed rather odd to tell students who don't even have topics, those who are yet to do their proposal defense, those who are yet to do their final, congratulations. But I do say that as a way to let you know that your mere admittance into the PhD program is a sign that you're going to complete once you have the right resources and you have the right guidance. So allow me the few minutes to share with you some tips, all right, or just some strategies on how to complete your dissertation, not just completing it, but completing it in time and also completing it well. All right, that's very important. But it's first of all important for me to mention to you that when we talk about dissertation completion, about what it's all about, you need to think of the fact that to do a PhD dissertation, it's so different from doing a master's thesis. Of course, that's different from doing an undergrad research project. When you embark on a mission to actually pursue a PhD, you are aiming to make contribution. It's not just any kind of contribution, but significant contribution. And by doing that, you're aiming to do significant research. It means that what you would do for a research article, what you would do for a master's thesis, it's not something you should be aiming at for a PhD. If the contribution is not going to be significant. I want you to underline that word significant because not every research is significant. And so a PhD, it's so different from other degrees because it's a terminal degree, actually the last in that ranking, where you will be making a huge, significant contribution to knowledge and to the body of literature. When you look at the second point I have there, it talks about original research. And I'm guessing you have many questions in your mind already. Probably you're thinking about your topic, it's my topic, original. Now, the whole concept of originality varies. It's a relative term that will mean different things depending on your research. What is original would depend on your research, it will depend on your context, it will depend on your methodology, it will depend on your instrument, it will depend on anything else. But at least doing a PhD should contain some elements of originality. You know, at the PhD level, what normally happens is we try as much as we can to discourage replication, or not replication in the sense of just copy and pasting things or doing the same thing. There should be something unique about your work. There should be something original about your work. And I want to think about originality, not just in its entirety from start to finish, but think of originality as, for example, your research instrument. If you're doing research, what research instrument are you using for that particular research or for that particular study that has not been done before? Think about a synonym for originality in this context will be something innovative. You should think of adding rigor or adding innovation to your research for it to stand out as significant PhD research. This is so important because think about the requirement for completion. Remember, we're talking about dissertation completion, that it's not just doing the research, but it's actually completing the whole process that matters. So you need to think of completion in terms of publication. All right, you will have a jury of committee members to face during your viva as well. So these are things you need to have in mind. So ask yourself these questions. The research I'm pursuing, what aspects of originality is there in my study? Is it in terms of my methodology? Am I using more innovative methods to do the investigation? Am I trying new instruments to conduct my research? What is new about the research? Think about that. So, because the point is that you get past easily, you complete easily, whether your publication or your viva, when you have these considerations in mind, especially when it comes to innovation. So you will hear the community asking questions like, what is new about your research from previous study? What do you want to tell us that has not been told before? What do you want to show us that has not been shown before? Remember, such questions are pointing you to the aspect of originality. You may set out your research without any intent of originality from the onset, but as you go through the research process, think about originality also in terms of contribution, in terms of implication. Is there anything that's so new from what we already know? Is there anything that probably teachers take note of that they don't already know? Because you don't want to be the next PhD student that will repeat the same thing everybody knows. Think about learning. It's no longer exciting if what you say is what everybody knows. You want to do something significant. And the good thing about doing a PhD is it gives you that liberty to make significant original contribution to research in a way that it allows you with a reasonable amount of time frame to do that, so that by the time you publish your findings, it is believable because the methods have been tried and proven to be workable. You also want to think about in terms of what, all right? You also want to think about critical knowledge and understanding of a particular area. So what it means to complete a terminal degree like a PhD is you want to be able to show at the end of completing your study that you are an expert. Remember that what happens with a PhD is, by the time you finish, people recognize you as an expert in a particular area. So if you're doing research on pragmatics or whatever area you're doing your research on, you want to become an expert in that area. And for that to happen, you need to show a critical understanding of what's going on in the field. That's what completing a PhD dissertation means. You want to show critical understanding and critical knowledge. And by being critical, simply it's questioning. questioning the sense of probing into issues and asking the whys and the how questions. It's not just accepting what anybody or everybody says. It's about pushing the boundaries in the area in which you're conducting your research on to be referred to as an expert or to be awarded a terminal degree like a PhD. So think about the what in the completion of your PhD as you're making significant contribution or you're doing significant research. So ask yourself the question, how significant is my research? Because this has decision or implication to publication, it has implication to how much or how many scores or points you get during your Viva, how significant your research is. Think about originality. What is original about your research? Is it just because you're doing the research in Thailand that makes it original context-wise? Is there anything else? Because anybody writing an academic article can think of originality in terms of change of context. So what else do you want to, what else do you have to show? So think of originality as a very important point in the work to completing your PhD, right? And also think about showing critical understanding or critical knowledge and understanding of the particular area you're doing your research on. Okay, I'll talk about the how as the last thing before we get into your progress presentation. Because one thing I know is for sure the students are not listening to me at this point in time because everybody's busy thinking about their presentation. so nobody's listening to me at this time. Which is normal, of course. Yes. So lastly, the next few minutes I'll talk to you about the how. This is the how to, when you think about completing your PhD, remember it's a journey. That's the first thing you need to understand, that your PhD life, it's a journey. Pursuing a PhD degree, it's a journey. It's a journey that has a starting point. For some people, it ends midway. For others, they complete. But once you enroll into a PhD, the essence is you need to think about some key issues. These are issues that cannot be ignored because in addition to doing a PhD, you also have a life to live. The first thing is you need to count your costs. When I talk about cost here, I'm not talking about money. All right, I know the first thing I want to think of is monetary terms, but I'm not talking about money here. I'm talking about thinking about what it takes. Because it's one thing to say, I want to do a PhD, and it's another thing to do the PhD. A lot of people want to do many things, but nobody ever gets to do anything because it takes a lot more to do than to say you want to do. So thinking about counting your cost here is ask yourself, how much is it going to cost me in terms of maybe my time, in terms of family, in terms of, entertainment, whatever you do for pleasure or leisure? How much is it going to cost me to give up to pursue my degree? Just minutes ago, Rajabhat was telling you about making regular visits to see your supervisor. So if you're living, for example, far away from Thailand or far away from the university, you need to think about how often such visits are going to happen. Because truth be told, such visits needs to happen and they must happen because it's part of the process and you cannot ignore that. Think about how much time you're going to give into doing your PhD as well. For example, if you're somebody who enjoys sleeping, of course, you know that you need to give up some at this time for this journey. You can't sleep like before and expect to get a degree. It doesn't work that way. Because a PhD degree is not something you get in a coffee shop. It doesn't work that way. It's not something you pick up when you're flying or do whatever you're doing. It goes deeper than that, all right? So count your costs also. And the reason why these things are important because there's a lot of research that tells us about, the psycho-emotional state of PhD students and what happens to many people upon completing their degrees. Some of them get into very, bad emotional shapes because they did not count their costs before embarking on it. Some of them get into serious cases family-wise as divorcing because they did not count their costs before getting into it. So these are things you need to think about because they are important, all right? You think about your health state as well. Count your costs, knowing how much you need to put into your work. The next would be for you to pay the price. To pay the price now means to do it. Now is the time to do it. Remember, doing a PhD, it's never convenient. It's never convenient for you, the student. It's never convenient for your supervisors. You need to know that. I mean, it's never convenient that your supervisors will take up time from their busy schedule when they're supposed to be relaxing to read some 300 pages of dissertation draft submitted where every single paragraph has a problem. You know, it's never easy for anybody. So you have to play a role as a student to make the job easier for everybody else. And one of the things you want to do in paying the price is to have constant consultation with your supervisors. Remember, it's a journey, and it's one of those journeys where you don't do it alone. The beautiful thing about a PhD journey is that you have your supervisors to guide you through. It's on you, the student, to take advantage of. You're not listening like that. It's for you to take advantage of such opportunities afforded to you, you know, to make the most out of it. Okay? Constant consultation. And something about supervision or consulting with your supervisors is you don't just talk to them when you have some progress you've made. You talk to them when you're confused. You talk to them when you don't know what to do. Just have that constant interaction with them helps gives you direction, okay, on your research. So take advantage of constant supervision. Another thing about paying the price is, as PhD students, avoid giving excuses. I tell my students excuses are meant for undergrads. I mean, there are some excuses that mature people shouldn't give because no dean embarks on a PhD. If you decide to get on this level, you should be mature enough to take responsibility for your own actions. And so one of the key things that distinguishes you from other students would be being responsible. And part of being responsible means knowing what to do and doing it. So if you have deadlines, make sure you work with deadlines. If you have things to submit to your supervisors, please endeavor to submit to your supervisors. Don't be one of those students who always give excuses. And sadly so, some students embark on even telling lies to their supervisors. Somebody has to die every week in your house. My mother died today, my father died tomorrow, and your mother will die like 3 times in 1 year, simply because you don't have any progress to give. And so you need to think about these things and know that the people you have as supervisors today were once students like you. So there is no game you're trying to play that your supervisors do not know. And that you told something to your supervisor and he or she agrees doesn't mean he or she is stupid, because they know the games you're playing. So be responsible. That's how to complete your PhD, be responsible. Knowing that this is important to me, knowing that this is the journey I have decided to take, knowing that this is the path I have chosen to take, so take responsibility. Take responsibility in reading. You have to develop a reading culture. There is no way you can complete a PhD if you're not a reader. You need to read. You need to look into what the literature says. Remember again that a PhD is a journey. What could be trending when you started your PhD in 2021 may not be trending before you complete your PhD in 2025. So you need to make sure that you stay updated with the trends of research in your area. And the only way to do that is when you're reading. And that's why PhD gives you that platform to be able to make adjustments as you go, so that your research can be significant, it can be relevant to the current times in which you'll be defending your Bible. And the last thing you need to think about is writing, and you also need to think about your Bible. You know, beautiful ideas as you may have, you need to think about how to put them down. Because remember that you will need to submit that research book to your thesis committee, and you'll have to read. And when they are reading, you're not going to be there to tell them, oh, I meant to say this in this paragraph. They're going to be somewhere reading. Most times your external community they don't even know you, the student. And the only way they can know you and know what you're doing is when they read the work. So you need to think about the writing process as being critical to actually finish it. Sometimes students get huge and how do we call it? They have a big revision to make when they finish their research because of how they communicate in writing. It's one thing to explain your research orally, it's another thing to explain the same research in writing. So think about the writing process as being crucial in you completing. And this further has extension when it comes to your publishing as well. When your writing is bad, of course, your paper gets rejected. When it's not clear enough, it will be sent back to you for revision. So if you really want to complete the PhD, you need to think about your writing as well. Think about your writing style, think about your own convention, and you can develop your own writing style or pick up on writing styles from previous scholars as you read the literature. But you can only know this when you read the literature. Now also think about the Viber as well, which is the last thing. For some of you, this may be too further away. It's like, oh, I still have like 3 years to get to the Viber. I don't want to think about that now. But this is a reality you would have to face at some point. It may not be relevant now, but it's going to be relevant tomorrow. So think about your Viber. Think about doing oral presentation. Think about how to do it. One thing you need to know with your PhD is, if you are unable to explain your research in a way that a non-scholar or someone who is not in your field can understand, then you're yet to start. If your research is the kind that only scholars in your field can understand, then you haven't done a good job yet. So these are issues you need to think about. How can you be able to transmit that information orally in a way that those attending the Bible can understand? It's crucial and it's key. All right. So I guess my little small talk this afternoon is just to tell you congratulations in advance for taking the bold step to start up a PhD like this with a reputable program. I mean, I admire your program so very much. I tell this to Rajabhat every now and then. You guys are super wonderful. I mean, your lecturers are super great. I mean, you've got the best. If I were you, I would take advantage of these resources. Take advantage of your lecturers, your supervisors. Talk to them as often as you can. When you're confused, talk to them. When you know what to do, talk to them. And you'll just be in the right hands. When you talk to all of them, they have the same ambition. I want to support my student to finish. So now you see, if you choose not to complete it, it's your fault, not their fault, because they're willing to support you. So if I were you, I'll make up my mind to become a doctor in the next 3 years by taking advantage of the support provided. So I hope that my small talk this afternoon has actually just helped you a bit, or challenge you, or encourage you to keep pushing forward, to keep pressing on. It's going to be rough sometimes. Sometimes you're going to be confused. Sometimes your data will be messed up. Your collection process will be messed up. That's all part of doing a PhD. And that's why you have time to rise up when you fall. So don't worry if you fall. Don't worry if you get confused. You have time to get up again, all right? It's part of the process. Do not say because I have fallen, oh, I won't do the PhD again. I won't talk to my supervisor again. No. If you fall in April, just make sure that by May, rise up and continue. That's the journey. That's the process. And what really matters at the end of the day is not how many times you fell. It's that you finally completed and graduated with a PhD. So thank you very much for listening.
Very professional. And Captain, you can prolong with the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Eric Ambele, for the very insightful talk on dissertation completion pathway 1 and half. Okay. And the next program is a fairly talk on how to pass the dissertation proposal defense by Assistant Professor Onsiri, Wimontham. She's the second batch PhD ELT student and she has already completed her dissertation proposal event, and also she is the first one to present her proposal event. And today she will highly share more experience and techniques how to pass the dissertation proposal event. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Assistant Professor Onsiri Wimontham.
Okay, thank you so much, okay, for inviting me to talk about this point, okay, and I think that I will use the time not over 20 minutes, okay. And for these topics, I think it's not easy to say or to share because it's not the rule that can coach you that how to pass or not pass, okay. And I will share from my real experience, okay. And for my talk, it is 20 minutes, okay. I would like to say these topics, how to deal and to pass about the thesis proposal defense, okay. I'm a Ph.D. Candidate from batch 2, track 1.1. And I will try to divide my talk into 3 parts. The first one I will share was about my experience to defend. And I can divide into 3 parts. The first one is pre-defending, while defending, and post-defending, showing you so many issues, okay. For my pre-defending, I want you to ask and then answer yourself that, what are you research questions and aims? What are you research questions and aims? Because if you can answer these 2 questions, it can be linked to chapter 3. Or it's about your research procedures, okay? That you can find out was it your research setting, was your tools, and was it your data collection and data analysis, okay? And for next slide, for my issue 2, I think that you can and you will aim at how to write and how to read for complete your chapter 2. Because for this part is very important because you have to learn as much as you can about your words. And this will affect about it can help you to complete your chapter 2. And I can show that for your chapter 2, it can be like a rules of a tree or trace rules that can be linked to how to write in chapter 1 and chapter 3. And after you read and write as much as you can for your chapter 2, okay, you can see what's your real concepts and your research highlights, okay, that you can be found and use them up in chapter 2, okay. For the issue 2 is still to be continued. I am at how much effective of reading of you. Okay, reading can compare like your map and your GPS when you want to conduct your work. Okay, when you have read much as of you. Okay, when you can read as much as, okay, you can shape and you can form what will be your research background, what will be your research gaps, and what will be your research procedures, which will be used and very essential to write for chapter 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and please come to issue number 3. I think that try getting feedback and please ask some advice from your teacher and from your advisors. and try to focus on chapter 3. Okay, after you finish the draft of your first, second, and third chapters, you have to try to see and ask some feedback from your advisor. Okay, research methodology is the first research contents that you advise, and the 5 examiners will ask you, and you should to concentrate for this part as much as you can. That means aiming to chapter 3. I think for this chapter is the most important chapter of your book. Okay. And for this step, this is a step of while defending. That means this is the day or the date when you have to defend. Okay, I have 7 parts to share you. The first one, when the day of your testing, please be punctual and please prepare and please be on time. Okay, at least about 30 minutes. Okay, and number 2, please tell yourself that you can do it and you will be the best. Okay, when you come to this part, yes, you can be the best one. Okay, number 3, preparing about your PowerPoint slides. Okay, you have to bring or choose what you want to show. Okay, don't show too many slides. Okay, you have to think and you have to decide what the main concepts of your work. Okay, if it is important, you can show, but if it's not, please delete it. Okay. And number 4, okay, prepare yourself to answer some questions that will be asked by your 5 examiners. That's true that I said that you must focus in chapter 3. Okay. And for chapter 3, okay, this might be examples of some research questions that we will ask by your examiners. The first one, they will ask that, what's your research aims? And what's the research questions? And what's about your research setting? Okay, what about your research population and why did you choose these groups? Why? Okay, what about your research tools and what about your data collection and data analysis? Why you choose these tools to keep or to select your data and what's your gaps and how much you read it? Okay, these might be examples of questions that they will ask you. Okay, so please point out for chapter 3. Okay, and number 6 for while defending. Okay, after you're presenting, please take notes and please try to note what your examiners want to tell you. And they want to see you, and how can you improve it? Because you have to improve it, and you have to rewrite about within 30 days. Okay, and number 7, this is the most important. After the day of your defending, please appoint your advisors. And try to, set up your timeline to meet your advisor. Okay. And please try to follow what he or she wants you to prove. And this is your post-defending. Okay. Let's progress. I have 3 concepts that I want to move up and share you up. The first thing, that is set and complete your timeline work table. Okay, don't miss the day that you appoint your teachers or your advisors. please try to see your advisor. Number two, this is the most important. You have to be confident and have trust within yourself, okay? And don't lose your way. Don't lose your way. And the last one is, I will say that the door of your future is opening, okay? Try to walk through your door, okay? Try to your door and walk through your gate, okay? And this is my last slide. Thank you so much for kind support of my professors, my advisors, and co-advisors. Thank you so much.
The next session, we are going to start the progress report by the first student. Okay. Miss Siri Prachanant. And the title of her dissertation is Engaging Visual Text to Enhance ELF University Digital Learning Skills. Miss Siri Prachanant, she's a lecturer in Rajabhat University, the first batch of the Ph.D. student. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
My presentation today will be in 4 topics. The first one is the significance of the studies. My second is about literature review. The third is the research methodology. And my last topic will be about other tasks, commitments, and timelines. Let me start with the first part, significance of the studies. This part is divided into 6 subtopics. The first will be about the background of the studies, the significance of the research, and the research questions, and the purpose of the research, and also the scope and limitation of the studies. And the last part will be the expected benefits. The background of the studies. Nowadays, teenagers in Thailand, reading behavior is being disrupted by modern and advanced technology. According to Publisher and Booksellers Association of Thailand, or PUBET, and Chulalongkorn University Economics Faculty reported the survey on Thai people's reading rate. Stated Thai spend an average of 28 minutes a day reading. This quote affects and also reflects Thai students' reading behavior, that their reading behavior is declining. Students are lack of the ability to think critically and are unable to think and understand the purpose of reading. Therefore, I wanted to develop and enhance the students' critical reading skills by engaging literary text in teaching and learning of the first-year student in Bachelor of Education in English at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajabhat University, which is the university that I'm teaching in. The significance of the studies is to develop students' critical reading ability to a higher and sustained level. And also I want the students to enjoy reading and also enhance their critical reading skills through their enjoyment. And also I want the students to read critically and be able to analyze, synthesize, and evaluate what they read. My research questions, there are 3. The first one is, how do engaging literary and non-literary text affects the development of students' critical reading skills? My second research question is, are there any differences in the critical reading skills in ELF students taught by engaging literary text and non-literary text? My third question is, what are students' attitude towards reading critical reading by engaging literary and non-literary text? And the purpose of my research The first one is to examine the effects of engaging literary and non-literary text on developing ELL students' critical reading. And the second is to compare the effect of engaging literary and non-literary text on developing ELL students' critical reading. And my third purpose is to study the EL students' attitude towards teaching critical reading by engaging literary and non-literary text. My scope and limitation of the study will be limited to the first year student in the Bachelor of Education in English at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajabhat University. Students will be divided into two groups, experimental group and a control group. The literary and non-literary text will be used as the reading material in the study. The literary text will include picture books, graphic novels, short stories, and poems. And the non-literary texts are articles, news report, instructions, and documents. And the expected benefits will be the experimental group will have a higher score in critical reading skills than the control group, and the experimental group will enjoy reading and learn more than the control group because the reading materials that are given and also the literary text that will be used in this research will be a great tool for students to enjoy their reading and enhance their critical reading abilities. And also their test scores will have a higher score in both test scores, questionnaires, and interview that the students will be developed and improve more in their critical reading skills in a higher and sustained level. And my literature reviews will be based in 5 parts. I have a previous studies and research work to back up my current studies. The first is the critical reading skills. Next is the English as a legal function or ELF. And next is literary text, how it's beneficial to critical reading, and also the non-literary text, and also the teaching literature instructions. Next is about my research methodology, the population examples, research tools, data collections, and data analysis. The population that I will be in these studies will consist of Thai students that are in Bachelor of Education in English at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajabhat University. And how do I select my sample? Is purposive sampling, which will be used in these studies based on the researcher assigned teaching course. And also the students that will be in this course will consist of 60 first-year Thai students, which enroll in a compulsory course. In Thai, the course is called Critical Reading. And the population will be divided into 2 groups. The group A will have 30 students and group B will have 30 students as well. Group A will be the experimental group, which will be taught using literary text, and group B is the control group that will be taught using non-literary text. And before the experiment, students will be measured whether the students in both groups have the same level of critical reading skills by doing the pre-test. And the research tool that I'll be using is the critical reading test, lesson plans, questionnaires, interview. The critical reading test will be developed for pre-test and post-test to measure students' critical reading skills in the experimental and control group before and after the experiment. And the test will be divided into 2 parts, multiple choice questions and open-ended questions. The multiple choice part will be designed to test 4 main elements. First is distinguish facts from opinion, making inferences, drawing conclusion, and recognizing the author's purposes. And also the questionnaire will consist of 20 questions, and open-ended questions will be designed for students to share their opinion regarding the passage that they read. And the lesson plan will be 2 sets of lesson plan to teach the critical reading. And the first lesson plan will be used to teach critical reading skills by using literary text. And the second lesson plan will be used to teach critical reading skills by using non-literary text. And the method of critical reading skills In both lesson plan, there will be 3 stages of reading: pre-reading stage, while reading stage, and post-reading stage. And the questionnaires that will be used to examine the students' attitude towards using literary and non-literary text will enhance their critical reading skills in both experimental and control group. The questionnaire will be divided into 3 aspects of 20 questions. The first 5 questions will ask about the atmosphere of teaching and learning. The second part will be asking about the activity of teaching and learning. And the last part, 10 items, will be asked about the benefit of teaching and learning by using literary and non-literary text. The interview that I'll be interviewing the students will reflect the students' attitude towards teaching and learning through literary and non-literary text in the classroom. The interviewing the students will gain more information about students' opinion about their critical reading abilities by using the literary and non-literary text. There will be 5 guiding questions and self-evaluation in this part. The first question is, what do you learn from the lesson? How do you learn in the classroom? How do you feel about learning and teaching activities? And what are the problems and difficulties? And what are your solutions to the problem and difficulties? And in my data collection and analysis, I will be using both quantitative and qualitative in these studies. The data will be analyzed using mean scores, standard deviation, t-test from the pre-test and post-test score. And also there will be a semi-structured interview and questionnaires on the attitude of students towards using literary and non-literary text will be analyzed by the mean of the content analysis. And next is the task that I have done and commitment, and also the timeline. This will be my class topic. The task that I have been doing is to ongoing work and progress of my dissertation, read and review more recent studies on critical reading skills, English as a lingua franca, teaching literature instructions, literary text and non-literary text, and problem that I have faced and obstacle during my conducting my research is lack of time, lack of consultation with my advisor, and lack of consistency. And also the effective solutions suggest for me to improve my dissertation is spend more time reading and writing thesis, consult more with my advisor and my co-advisor, and also set deadline and schedule on my time. And the remaining stage that and the expected time for completing the dissertation is creating research tool, including critical reading tests, lesson plan, questionnaire and interview, and conduct a pilot study, and also data collection, data analysis, and conclusions. My expected to be defend chapter 3 is within February 2024, and my 5 chapter defense will be within December 2024. This is my
October, November, not next year.
okay. This is my timeline that I expected to finish. The chapter 1 submission, the first draft is finished. Chapter 2 will be within this year, and chapter 3 with by the end of December, and also the proposal defense will be on October
This year.
this year. Okay, I will change the timeline and. Okay, and also the publications. I already published one of my articles, which is already. But if I need to publish again, I will publish within February next year. And also the research instrument will be within February next year, and the research instrument trying out within March. And data collections July next year, and also data analysis September. And also the writing chapter 4 to 5 will be in October next year, and revising all, and also the defense will be within December 16 December. This is my timeline, and this is the end of my presentations. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to invite the professors to give the comments or feedback about the study. Please.
What's your difficulty? Study. Why?
Non-research may not. Yes.
All right. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much, first of all, for sharing with us your research 9 years for your dissertation. From your title, I understand you're looking at engaging literary text, right? To enhance our university students' critical reading skills. Now, looking at your title and what you presented just now, there are some concepts that really do not tie with each other. That's unclear. I'm not sure. Probably these are things you need to look out for. When you say engage in literary text, what do you mean by that? How do you engage literary text?
My plan is to engage literary text as like a supplementary text for a student to read in the classroom, other than the primary text.
Okay, think about if that's the idea, then you need to think about this again. If engaging is the right word to use, and I'm not comfortable with the word engage to look at literary text. All right. Another thing that's the first. Another thing again is you said to enhance health in university students, but in your presentation you never talk about health. ELF. You have this in your title, but
Yes, it will be in my literature review.
I mean, but why do you have it in your title? What
Health?
about health?
Because at first I was gonna do English EFL, but it's kind of not new. So I want to do something that is create my classroom into a health. This is what I think, but if it's
But your text, but you're going to be looking at literary text.
Yes.
Pretty much. ELF works with communicative interactions.
yes,
So if you're going to be looking at written text, literary text, then I don't think you're looking anything into ELF. Now, the only thing you can refer to ELF will be the students, but again, you're not looking at the students' interaction because your data will be the literary text. So you either find a place for ELF in the research or you take it out of the field. At the moment, I don't see where ELF sits in your research. Okay, because your main data source are the text itself.
because there was one course that I talked to the professor that came to talk about ELF. He said that there was like a text that, like for example, like Cinderella, there will be like a Cinderella in each country that has their own Cinderella story that has a different context in each country. That's what I was thinking of using the text that maybe I have to do more research about that first.
All right, in that case, what you can do is you need to make clear the kind of text, and that takes me now to the next question. You need to make clear about the kind of text you're going to be using for your research. And you need to clearly define what makes those texts, what are the ELF elements in those texts. You need to be really, really careful if you have to use this construct in your text selection. Again, I would suggest for you to read again and come up with very compelling and convincing reasons how ELF is reflected in those texts, without which you might think of letting it out or finding it correct. Now you're looking at literary text. And in your presentation, you're talking of literary and non-literary text.
Yes.
So why do you have only literary text in the time? I'm just thinking.
Okay.
So you not put the non-literary, right? I think that's the object for setting the national good because you want to propose the literary text.
So think of answering the questions, right? Your supervisor. Okay, I was quickly move to where you have the significance of the study. I'll pick on a few comments, I'll leave the rest for the committee. Your first significance says it's to develop the students' critical reading abilities, and that's comforting. It says to a higher and sustained level. What is a higher and sustained level? At what level is there any research in critical reading research or any scale in critical reading research or any benchmark in critical reading research that says if students are at this level, then it's high, or if at this level, then it's sustained? Because you're using those two words there, and it's very important to actually define what you mean by higher and sustained level. Higher is one thing, sustained is another thing. So you need to think of these two words very well and see how they fit into your first objective. Then the second objective, I'm not sure about this, whether this is really part of your study or not. You're looking at to see what the students will enjoy reading and enhance their critical readings, whether they enjoy readings and enjoyment and all of that. How is that related to critical reading?
It's like if they are not forced to read, if they are reading like without with their enjoyment, they will have a better understanding of the text that they are reading.
So are you looking at the purpose for reading? Are you looking at the purpose for reading as a variable? Because people read, students read for different reasons, right? They read to do an exam. This point number 2 says reading for fun or reading for enjoyment, right? So are you looking at purposes for reading as one of the things you investigate in your research? Because the point number 2 seems to suggest so. I mean, these are things I really want you to think about. If not, I don't see how the second point there connects to the first or the third. I'm okay with the first one if you can explain higher and sustained level. At what point can you say it's higher? At what point can you say it's sustained? Because that's critical. If not, it will be difficult to interpret your results as being higher or sustained because there isn't any benchmark. And the benchmark has to come from the literature within critical reading research. All right. The third one makes quite comfortable with that, right? The second one seems to suggest you're looking at purposes for reading. If that's part of your research, then that's something to look deeper into, because at the moment, you're not looking at purposes for reading, because you're not, when you're talking about your interview, I didn't hear you say that. So the two text types you're looking at, literary and non-literary text.
Yes.
You need to think of, that's very interesting to look at. But I wanted to think about you need to come up with again stronger justification for why you're looking at literary and non-literary, and not look at different text types within the literary genre, for example. Now let me ask, when you say literary and non-literary, what do you mean? Can you give me some examples of literary text, another example of non-literary text?
Yes, literary text is like prose, poetry, short stories, novels, something that you read for like pleasures. And also non-literary text is something more on facts, articles, news, instructions, manual, documents. Yes.
Okay, my last comment, and I'll pass on to other comments. I can talk to you later. You mentioned lesson plan as an instrument, right? So when you have this lesson plan, are you going to teach the students before you do the test with them? The students, are they your students, your teacher?
The pre-test or,
Are they your students?
yes, they are my students.
They are your students, so
Yes.
you are going to teach them on how to read critically.
Yes,
Okay, because you have two groups, right?
yes.
Just so I don't talk for too long, maybe other commentators can.
Choice of using the word instead of guess. How about like an application or how about employee, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, or even using, applying literary text to enhance, using, deploying. This sort to be better off than engagement.
Yeah.
It's better off than engagement. Just keep it simple and just using literary text.
So therefore, can you go back to significant?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, when we talk about significance, we present 3 layers of them. The first layer is about the benefits for the population itself, and the second one in terms of ELT, right? How to apply to English language teaching. I think that our programs. Okay, and the last one we ask for the policy makers. Yes. So it seems to me that just only one for the population example itself. So we have to present 3 layers of it. Try to engage or involve with our program. So basically we are English language teaching, how to teach, and then these are 50 benefits for that program here. And one thing, so it seemed to me that you select the material, right?
Yes.
What is the new knowledge that you will get from your research work? Because when we are in PhDs, that we have to produce the new body of knowledge that can be benefits for more.
I'm planning to develop a teaching model using the literature text to teach critical reading. I want to have a new model in teaching, creating a new model.
So now just one is not clear about that, because it seems that you just to compare literary text and non-literary text, that you do not focus on the step of teaching. This is very important, right? Because your program is ELT. So the step of teaching must be clear about that. So how will you teach by using literary text and then non-literary text, right? And then it's very, very important, right? It seems to me that you want to confirm that literary text can help improve critical reading skills, but non-literary text may not. Is it correct?
Yes.
So you have to take a look for the scholars, who mention about that. Right.
Thank you.
Theory that support that literary text can enhance the student are critical support from the scholar, from the theory. Critical base.
Are there any suggestions, Professor?
So you have two groups, right? Control group and experimental group, right? So for experimental group, we use what do you use? Instrument.
The instrument, the experimental group will use literary text to teach.
Literary text.
Yes.
That's experimental group.
Yes.
And the control group, we use
the non-literary text.
So we want to compare
Yes.
the two groups, right?
Between the two groups, right?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. And you're going to be the one teaching the course.
Yes.
Also think about, you need to, when you're writing a proposal, think about how to address the issue of you, the teacher, and you, the researcher. Because it's so you don't get biased in how you collect the data, because your presentation seems to suggest that literary text actually enhances students' critical reading skills. That's what we're saying. And again, you're the one who's going to teach the course, you're the one, so you need to be clear about. I think when it comes to your methodology, you need to be thorough. And you need to be very clear to deal with bias and make sure that your position is clearly defined. At what point does your role as a researcher start? At what point does your role as a teacher start? These are different positions you're going to be picking up in the research that you need to clearly define. Okay. And so you would notice that the focus of your research is really on teaching, not really about, you're only using the text, as one of the approaches you're proposing for effective critical reading skill development, but it's really about the teaching.
Instructions.
It's really about the instructions, right?
Because to know that for your purposes, right, you seem to ask that you want to compare two types of text that we use. But number one, number two, number three, you want to compare both all three purposes, right? This is a very interesting one. You found that literary text can help. This is
I'd like you to follow my mission. How can you control the difficulty of the literary text and non-literary text in order to confirm that literary text affect student critically?
By using the test to test the students and also interviewing the students their answers. So,
You want to know how do you select the text, and the text should be
the same
the same
level.
level of difficulty. How do you do that?
This is one of the things that I also have to find a way to use to find the book or the text that has the same level. This I also have to find more information about this as well, and also consult with my advisor about this.
I mean, this is a PhD. You may not find a book. In fact, you will not find a book with what you're looking for. Do you understand? You will not find it before.
Can I create?
What you need to create your own criteria for what you consider literary and non-literary. You need to set up your own criteria for how to select these texts. And you can come up with different levels. Now, what you're going to see in the literature will be different, different criteria you've talked about on all of these things, but you're going to have more than one, or two, or three, or four, or five. And you need to be scrutinizing your criteria till you actually get to a justifiable level where you're certain that this actually meets my selection criteria. And remember that it's not just what is literary, what is non-literary. You need to also think about the main construct of your research, which is critical thinking. So you need to look at texts that will help you achieve that objective of investigating critical thinking. Because not every literary text or non-literary text does that. So these are the things you want to look at. So when you're setting up your criteria, think of the overall objective of your research. You need to set your own.
Thank you.
Yes, maybe share very informative feedback coming from the communities. Yes, and this is a presentation progress report presented by Mr. Rajabhat. Okay, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I hope you remember the way back to Vietnam. Or we can have some here at the Nuemaihom barbecue shop. I think the rest maybe feel like a little pressure now. Yes, the next one will be the most beautiful teachers from Prachanant here from school. The title of a proposal is the effects of metacognitive strategies on developing reading comprehension for Thai EFL high school students, because she's teaching in high school, so the title is related to high school student reading school. Okay, please welcome Miss Wimontham.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I am very glad to be here to present my dissertation progress. My title today is The Effect of Metacognitive Strategies on Developing Reading Comprehension for Thai EFL high school students. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Mrs. Rajabhat. I am a Ph.D. student in ERT, and my major advisor, Assistant Professor Dr. Jarat, and Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant. He is my co-advisor. Today, I've divided my talk into 3 parts. I will take time about 15 minutes. The first part, I will talk about significance of the study. And the second part, I will talk about literature review. And the last part, about research methodologies. Let's move to background of the study. The fundamental purpose of reading in the content area is not to be able to solve out words on the print page. Rather, it is an active process in which the reader calls upon experience, language, concept, and schemata to anticipate and understanding the author's thought, concept, and language. Before the turn of the 20th century, educators and psychologists note the importance of comprehension as a part of reading and are concerned with understanding what happens when a reader comprehends. Reading comprehension is one of the most important study skills in higher education. Reading is the most important skill among the 4 language skills, as it can improve the overall language proficiency. Among the 4 macro skills, reading skills are considered the main doorway to the knowledge. And research shows that reading comprehension is a complex process, as students usually have difficulties constructing meaning from text. Some research found that many Thai EFL students have low proficiency in reading. This study was conducted to investigate the problems on reading comprehensions for Thai EFL high school students. Flavel 1976, who introduced the concept of metacognitions in education, defined metacognitions as individual's knowledge about his or her own cognitive process. Highlight that identifying words without referring to appropriate strategy is not sufficient for reading comprehension. Anderson explained the connections between metacognitions and reading comprehension regarding the ability to use metacognitive skill effectively and to monitor reading is an important component of skill reading. Metacognition is believed to have a significant impact on improving reading comprehensions either in L1 or in FL. Teaching is hard work for everyone, but for high school teachers, the challenge is undeniably greater. Studies of metacognitive strategy have shown that readers start to use their because for cognitive activities in reading have improved their comprehensions during reading. This study was conducted because a review of the literatures indicate that a field study on metacognitive strategy to develop reading comprehension had been implemented in Thailand. Thus, this study investigated the potentials for metacognitive reading strategy in Thai high school as a means of improving comprehension. The study will be useful for pedagogical implications in teaching reading and designing EFL reading syllabi for Thai high school students. Let's move to research question. The first one, what are problems and needs on reading comprehensions for grade 11 students? What is the efficiency of an English reading comprehensions instructional model using metacognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students? Third, will students who learn reading comprehension through an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategies higher mean score on post-test than that of pre-test mean score? Is the effectiveness index of an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategy for Thai EFL high school students at a high level? And the last, what is the overall satisfaction of Thai EFL high school students towards an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategy? Now, let's move to research objective. The first, to study problem and needs on reading comprehensions for grade 11 students. Second, to explore the efficiency of metacognitive strategy in developing reading comprehensions for grade 11 students to meet the criteria set at 80 to 80. And the third, to compare student learning achievement before and after learning through metacognitive strategies, utilization to develop reading comprehension for grade 11 students. The third, to examine the effectiveness index of the metacognitive strategies, utilization to develop reading comprehensions for grade 11 students. And the last, to investigate student satisfactions towards reading comprehensions using metacognitive strategy. Operational plans of dissertation writing. Phase 1. Analysis of needs on development of an English reading comprehensions instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy for Thai EFL high school students. Phase 2. Development of an English reading comprehensions instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. And Phase 3. Implementation of an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy for Thai EFL high school students. Research hypothesis. Hypothesis 1 is that there will be a difference between the student reading comprehensions achievement of the experimental group and the control group after utilizing the instructional model based on meta-cognitive strategy to develop reading comprehensions for grade 11 students. Hypothesis 2 is that students will have a high level of satisfaction towards the instructional model based on using meta-cognitive strategy to develop reading comprehension for grade 11 students. Scope and limitations of the research. Limitations are inherent in any study. This study is restricted to a country, Thailand, and to an urban area, Buriram province. The following are potential limitations of the study. The first one, population. The populations of this study will be 200 Mathematics 5 grade 11 students who studying in English course in second semester of academic year 2023. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Number 2, samples. The sample of this study will be the grade 11 student. They will be enrolled on English course E32102 and will be selected by using purposive sampling. The instructional model based on meta-cognitive strategies to develop reading comprehension from grade 11 students. Expect benefit. The expect benefit, the first one, meta-cognitive strategy can improve student reading comprehension. The student achievement test in reading comprehension is at a high level. Next, the student satisfaction of English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies on reading comprehension is at a high level. And the third, this study will be useful for pedagogical implication in teaching reading and designing EFL reading strategy for Thai high school students. Part 2 in the literature review, I will review about EFL discourse in Thailand, including background on English curriculum as basic education. The current issue, reading research in Thailand. And next, I will review about instructional model construction, the definitions of instruction model, the development of instruction model, and reading comprehension models. I will review the bottom-up model, the top-down model, meta-cognitive approach, constructivism approach, and importance of teaching comprehension. And number 5, review about metacognitions, the definitions of metacognitions, metacognitive strategy, metacognitive strategies on reading comprehension. And the last, teaching English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategy. Number 6, a previous study that related with the research. And the last, conceptual framework. Now let's move to the research methodologies. The first one, talk about the population and sample. The target populations of this study will be English teacher and grade 11 student in Buriram province. The grade 11 student will be enrolled English course in the second semester of academic year 2023. Sample. The sample in this study will be 40 grade 11 students in public high school located in Prachanant district. Selected by using purposive sampling. Research tool. The first one, questionnaire, and next reading comprehension achievement test, interview, lesson plan, reading passage, reading comprehension passage, satisfaction questionnaire. In this, we divided into 3 phases. The first phase, analysis of this on development of an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategies for Thai TFL high school students. And phase 2, development of an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategies for Thai TFL high school students. Phase 3, implementations of an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategies for Thai TFL high school students. Phase 1. This is phase 1. Analysis of needs on development of an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategy for Thai TFL high school students. We talk about research objective, research question, research variables, research design, population samples, research instrument, data collections, and data analysis. Research objective in this phase are to study problems and needs on reading comprehensions for grade 11 students. To explore the efficiency of an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategy for grade 11 students to meet the criteria set at 80-80. Research question. What are problems and needs on reading comprehensions for grade 11 students? Number 2. What is the efficiency of an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategies for Thai TFL high school students? Research of variable, independence variables, the grade 11 EFL Thai high school student in Buriram enroll English course E32142, and dependent variable problems on English reading comprehension skill of the EFL high school student in Buriram province. Needs on development of an English reading comprehension instructional model using metacognitive strategy for Thai TFL high school student in Buriram province. Population sample. The populations of this study will be English teacher and grade 11 students in Buriram province. The sample in this study will be 40 grade 11 students in public high school located in Prachanant district, Buriram province. Selected by using purposive sampling techniques. Research instrument. The research instrument in this phase will be questionnaire and an interviewing form regarding problems in reading comprehensions and needs on an English reading comprehension instructional models using metacognitive strategies for EFL Thai high school students. Reading comprehension achievement test. Data collections, quantitative and qualitative data. The data will be collected by adding the sample to fill out the questionnaire. The durations of this study will be in 2023. The location can be at public high school in Buriram province. data analysis, descriptive analysis, context analysis. Phase 1, the data obtained from the questionnaire will be analyzed by using percentage, mean, standard deviation, t-test, and the data from the interview will be analyzed by using content analysis. Phase 2. Phase 2, the data obtained from the pre-test and post-test will be analyzed by using percentage, mean, standard deviation, t-test, E1 and E2, and dependent sample t-test. And Phase 3. The data obtained from the pre-test and post-test will be analyzed by using percentage, mean, standard deviation, and dependent sample t-test. Phase 2. Phase 2 talk about the development of an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy for Thai EFL high school students. Research objective in Phase 2 are to develop an English reading instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. To investigate the effectiveness index of an English instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. And the research question. The first one, what are the characteristics of an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students? Number 2, is the effectiveness index of an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students at a high level? Research variables, independence of variable. The result of this analysis on the result from Phase 1, problem on English reading comprehension skill, needs on development of an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. Dependent variable, characteristic of an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. Phase 3, implementation of an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. Research objective in Phase 3. The first, to compare the student reading comprehension achievement of the experimental group and the control group after using an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive for Thai EFL high school students. Second, to investigate student satisfaction to us using an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. Research question. Will students who learn reading comprehensions through the instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy have higher mean score on post-test than that of pre-test mean score? The second one, what is the overall satisfaction of grade 11 students towards an English reading comprehension using meta-cognitive strategy? These are hypotheses in this phase. The hypotheses of research are as follows. The first one, there will be a difference between the student reading comprehensions achievement of the experimental group and the control group after using an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy to develop reading comprehension skill. Hypothesis 2, students will have a high level of satisfaction towards the English comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy to develop student reading comprehension skill. Research variable, independence variable, and English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy to for Thai EFL high school students. Dependence variable, the student reading comprehension achievements of the experimental group and the control groups after using the English the English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy for Thai EFL high school students. Student satisfaction towards the implementations of the English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. Population. The populations of the study will be English teacher and grade 11 students in Buriram province. Sample. The sample in this study will be for the grade 11 students in public high school located in Prachanant district. Research instrument. In this phase will be firstly the English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students and the achievement test, pre-test, post-test, and rubric which will be used to test and assess the sample reading comprehension achievement before and after learning by using an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategy for Thai EFL high school students. Another instrument is the questionnaire and the interviewing from which will be employed to investigate the student opinions and satisfactions towards instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. Data collection. In phase 3 of this study, the research design will be the experimental design in the form of experimental group and control group. The data will be collected by requesting the sample to take the pre-test before learning and take the post-test after their learning by using an English reading comprehension instruction model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. After that, they will be requested to fill out the questionnaire and participate in interview regarding the opinions and satisfaction towards an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for an EFL high school student. Data analysis. The data obtained from the pre-test and post-test will be analyzed by using percentage, mean, standard, deviation, and dependent sample t-test. This statistic will also be used to analyze the data collections from the questionnaire and the interview from exploring the student satisfactions and opinion. Implementations of an English reading comprehension instructional model using meta-cognitive strategies for Thai EFL high school students. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
So before answer the question, I would recommend you to take some medicines. You have your own disease.
Yes, okay, any comments from the commentators, please?
Let me quickly what stage are you now in the research? What stage are you now? Have you done the proposal defense? Not yet.
The proposal.
Yeah, no, right?
In October, yes.
Okay. Now, I think it's, Manuel, thank you very much for sharing with us, beautiful ideas about your research, all right? My first comment would be with regards to your presentation, all right? I think you have a very nice idea from the research, but how you present it, it's really confusing. I started following what you were saying from the beginning, but at some point I just got lost. Okay, think about presenting your research in a way that people can follow and understand the background, okay, your literature, then your methodology. Okay, I think that's a logical way to present. In that way, people can, actually follow what you're doing. All right. Now, onto your research itself. It gets even confusing because you seem to talk in phases. You said you have 3 phases, right? You started your presentation by telling us about your research. You talked about the background of your study. Okay, if you look at the background of the study, for example, you're talking about before the 20th century. and you're mentioning something like reading comprehension is one of the most important skills. Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure.
Do you have any literature to support that? Because the literatures you have here are 1998, 1993, too old.
I see.
Because I don't agree with you on that. And there's a lot of recent literature that suggests otherwise. And so I'll advise you to please read before you be sure of whatever information you've included in your presentation, all right? You need to read and check through all these things you have in the background, because most of them, some of them are outdated, some of them are not true, because there's no research to support that. Is that okay? Then what you have as significance at the very beginning, what you have as significance of your study, you have many points that you have, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slides. 6 slides for significance. All the points you have, they actually are not significant. None of them are. If you know what a significance is, then none of them are. If you read the point, I don't want to go through them again. You're simply making statements from your literature that they are not significant at all. So my advice for you would be, please go back and read on what significance really means. Okay, when we talk about significance of your study or implication of your study, that's what you should be looking at, and not making statements like this. What you have under the Ambele literature, I'll give, for example, grabbing 1999 highlights that identifying words without referring appropriate strategies is not sufficient for reading comprehension. Full stop. That's what I did. It's not significance at all. It's literature review. Okay. So change all of that 5 slides, just change it. Then it is not clear. Now it's still not clear to me the gap that your study is trying to, meet. I don't see any research gap in the study yet. What is your research gap? Why do you want to do this research? Because the only thing that seemed to be like a gap is when you said the study was conducted because was. You see, was, you are still to do the research, you're saying was conducted because the review of the literature, and again, your presentation doesn't suggest you have reviewed enough literature. You indicated that a few study on metacognitive strategy to develop reading comprehension has been implemented. You said a few studies, how many studies? And what did the studies say? Because at the moment you seem to be just mixing things up and you're getting your readers confused, right? When you say a few studies, you need to mention what they did, right? Okay, this is the research objective, this is the methodology, this is the finding. And you identify limitations with those studies, okay? And it is these limitations that your current research is trying to fit in. Do you understand? So at the moment there is no gap. So I'm not convinced why you need to do this for your study. Okay, so you need to go back again to the literature and find gaps why this research needs to be conducted. Now on to your research questions. You propose here 5 research questions, right? At the very beginning. And later on, when you're talking about the phases, each phase has a separate research question different from what you have here. It seems to me like you're doing like how many 5 PhDs in one, because one phase is one PhD, phase 2 is another PhD, phase 3 it's another PhD. Then you have this PhD you presented at the very beginning. The research questions do not match. The research questions in the phases with the research questions at the beginning are not the same thing. So my question will be, what exactly are you doing? What exactly are the research questions? Think about that. Because the things you have as research questions, they are really not research questions. Most of them seem to me more like an undergraduate research project questions. It doesn't sound like a PhD research question. What are problems and needs for reading problems at this level, just problems. Look at number 2. What is the efficiency of an English reading comprehension instructional? You understand? So my advice for you would be, please go back. First of all, identify gaps in the literature. From the gaps, come up with clear research questions, because these are not research questions. Clear research questions that actually meet the requirement for a PhD degree. Not the ones you have here. And when you're writing research questions, a research question is not a question because you have a question mark at the end. Make sure they are actually, because what you have here are statements with the question mark. They are not questions. And simply because you use what, how, doesn't mean that it's a question. Do you understand? So actually phrase them as questions when you have questions, because now you don't have questions. And again, make sure that, again, it's the same thing. Make sure that what you have as phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, find a better way to represent those things. Because at the moment they are very confusing. And please, for each of the phases, do not include additional questions different from this one. Because if you total your English, you have about 15 research questions for your PhD thesis. Because each phase has a separate research question from this one. The objectives are also different. You see that? I think it all has to do with the overall presentation of your research. So, just not to take much of the talking time here. What you have for 1.6 as expected benefits, okay, number 4 of expected benefit is actually a significant. Now, the slide where you have expected benefit, these are not benefits at all. They are more like hypothesis or expected outcome. They are not benefits. The only thing that reads like a benefit here would be point number 4. Number 1, number 2, the student's achievement test in reading comprehension is at the high level. Is that a benefit? That's just a statement. And it's a statement that lacks a lot of details. For example, where did you get this thing from? And all of that. We don't know where they're from because you haven't even done the research yet. So I guess, and again, when we're talking about your population, you first of all introduce that you're looking at teachers and students. Then later on said you're looking at 11 students, right? But you never said anything about the teachers. Throughout, you only mentioned at the beginning that you're looking at teachers and students, and you forgot about the teachers completely. You've been talking only about the students till the end. Then you're looking at 11 students, nothing about the teachers. That's missing. You need to be clear about that. Okay. And again, like I said, the other part of it, the mere repetition and the overlapping. Another thing, you know, your analysis, you said you're going to be using the same analytical frameworks for both questionnaire data and interview data. How are you going to use t-tests for interviews? Because that's what we just presented. If you look at the very last slide, you said these statistics will also be used to analyze the data collected from the questionnaire, correct, and the interview for exploring the students. You know, how do you use t-tests to analyze interview data? So, I think overall, you just need to go back and do the whole thing again.
I see this because now I know I'm not clear. Refused to because of at first I changed many things about my dissertation. So thank you so much for your comment.
I mean, you have very beautiful ideas. You just need to make it clear. At the moment, you know, there are like too many beautiful ideas, too many. Remember that you cannot do everything. Yeah, you're trying to do everything, but you cannot do everything. Just focus on an area and do that. Okay? So just pick on one area and develop it, and you'll have a beautiful thesis. So I think you're doing good. That's not too many ideas, just pick one.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Can you do that?
very useful for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question from Thai? Please ask some questions.
I think as a study about experimental study, 3 or 4 of you are doing that. I think you think about the same procedures, and I would like to check about that to make you clearer about the procedure of experimental research that you are doing. First, I ask you, what is the first step of your that help you to create your title? What is the first step that help you to think about it?
First of all, Professor, it's about the effect of metacognitive strategies on developing reading comprehensions for Thai BFL high school students. But after I read, I review, and I found that some dissertations. I found some dissertation from Law of Tong 2002, and I think I'm interested about it because it's about the instructional model. But I think it's used it's the same like this because it use metacognitive.
Okay, I will to say something. Maybe I'll give you some ideas. Okay, I think first you think about your students, about reading comprehension ability, right?
Yes.
And you found that their reading comprehension ability is low.
Yes.
Is that correct? It's low. But you are not sure. You are not sure that their reading comprehension ability is really low from your eyesight or not. So you do the questionnaire, right?
Yes.
At the beginning, you do the questionnaire to look for their low ability in reading comprehension or not. In case of using metacognitive strategy, that is your first step, right?
The first step is from the problems, research problem from the reading comprehensions from my student that they quite low. So
yeah, you should start this step. You found the problems about their reading ability and about using the metacognitive strategy. You think about that, and then you make a questionnaire to ask them, right? And you interview them that they are low in metacognitive strategy or not. I ask you, if you found that their reading comprehension ability is not low, they can use metacognitive strategy. If you found that they can do it, will you still going to do this study? If you found that they are okay, they are not low, will you go on to do this?
No. If they are okay, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But now I want to solve, so I want to use this strategy because I found many research show that the previous study show that metacognitive strategy can improve reading comprehension. So I think it's a good idea to use with my student. But my student is different from the university. They are high school student. So I want to use metacognitive like instructional using by metacognitive to use with the high school student.
Yeah, in that case, to make it clearer, as Dr. is saying, you should at the beginning, instead of significance of the study, it should be like the problem of about problem for student about reading comprehension, you should do the survey or do the need analysis, right? That they want to improve about this or not. But now it seems you and your friends think that they have problems, right? They have a problem about using meta-cognitive strategy, and you will look for some model. You look for some model to help them, and the model now you create the model in your mind. You know that that model is what is it? Meta-cognitive strategy model, right? And you think your model will be like that, and the model it will include what is in the model that you think it will be, what would it be the characteristic of your model? What will it be about the characteristic of your model?
The characteristic is something that can improve the reading comprehension to solve the problem.
No, I think you think your model is about teaching steps, right?
Yes.
You think about that, about teaching step, teaching procedure. You think about that. Okay, I just would like to say that as Dr. Alex said, you should say clearly about your first step is you will do some questionnaire or some some interview. Ask your student what are their problems in reading comprehension about it. After you have found the problems, then you think about the strategy, reading strategy, or thinking about the model that can help them improve reading comprehension. Right now it seems that you think and then you plan, all of the model, all of the steps. You have all of them. It's good to predict something in advance, but the way that you write is confusing. The way that you write is confusing. So just rewrite from the first step or first phase, as you said, to make it clear what we do first and what we do the second, what we do next one. Okay, that's my suggestion.
Thank you so much for your suggestion.
Yes, Professor, do you have any more comments?
And last thing, what you have as a satisfaction questionnaire should not be called just call it a questionnaire. And it's actually not investigating satisfaction, because you'll be investigating meta-cognitive aspects in your teaching, not satisfaction at all. All right, you can bring in the satisfaction elements for the interview, but not for the questionnaire. So you will need to think of, either adopting or adapting questionnaire that tests on learners' meta-cognitive ability. So it's not a satisfaction questionnaire.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much.
Based on the meta-cognitive strategies, you must make a lesson plan. You must make it's about meta-cognitive strategies, right? So you must know who's already used with the meta-cognitive strategy. So step by step, you must follow it carefully. And this find more information about meta-cognitive strategies, because you will based on this. Okay.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say I want to apologize because my advisor, he called me many times to go there, but very busy for me to go to see him. I'm so sorry, because this is my fault.
You go to the guardian.
And I hope that in the future I will try to do my best. Thank you for useful comment from a professor. Thank you very much.
You don't need to apologize. You know, this is the way to learn. This is the way to learn.
You know, at first I'm very worried about it, but now I'm okay because now because of professor, yeah, because professor he suggests me. At first, you know, I'm afraid of about it. It's made me very worried. It's made me confused when I do it. Thank you very much for your kindness, professor.
Maybe today I can take your hobby for Thai and take you there because we have a lot of fruit and fish at your garden.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Ajahn Wimontham Dangsi, very insightful presentations. And the next one will be our lecturer, from business English. Ajahn Jansuda Butri, she is the Ph.D. PRT student batch 1, and title of dissertation is very trendy title, the pragmatic competence of Thai university students. Okay, please welcome. Ready?
Yes, since my last two days, the committee told me about my research titles of my research work, quite not related to the ELTs or the teaching. So I just changed a little bit to scope my work to instructional model. And my title was changed to effects of eclectics. Instructional model on enhancing the basic competence of Thai. The theory students. My interdisciplinary and my advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant, and Dr. Sawat is my co-advisor. So I present my presentations into 4 parts. Part 1 is about the significance of the study. Part 2 about the visitor review. Part 3 is about the research methodology and aim of the task and commitment. Okay, let's move to the first part. Significance of the research. Since you know, the pragmatic competence has been acknowledged as an essential part of communicative competence. The edition 2004 confirmed that pragmatic competence emphasizes the appropriateness in communications. It's like the critical issues in your 18th advanced language learner shows that the learner can communicate effectively and functionally appropriate while increasing pragmatic competence. So it is essential to pay much more attention to develop the pragmatic competence to avoid the pragmatic failure in communications. Since we are the teacher with a different teaching method I use in teaching English, nevertheless, single teaching method or techniques for teaching communication skills is not practical and effective because it needs a problem of learner might be like the multi-power. So the linguistic system is a methodology using the different language learning approaches instead of directly to one standard approach. Also, according to lesson and Freeman 2004, the ethics approach is an inclusive and comprehensive approach to teachings in which the base techniques. So, also, there's many previous study on pragmatic teachings and testing for interpretatory state context. So, in my study, I want to add more evidence to prove the effects of the ethics approach on enhancing the pragmatic competence of Thai tertiary students context, in particular because it's very related with the research study we could be found in Thai learning situations. Okay, let's move to my research objective. I said only 2 objectives. The first one is to develop the eclectics instructional model to enhance the pragmatic competence of Thai tertiary students. And the second one to evaluate
the elected instructional model to enhance the pragmatic solutions of Thai tutorial level as this ability move to early to research questions as well. The first one was the characteristic of the elected instructional model to enhance the pragmatic solution of Thai tutorial students, and what is the efficiency of the elected instructional model to enhance the pragmatic solutions of the Thai tutorial students. Okay. I set my hypothesis as the potential needs for our pragmatic solutions of Thai tutorial students will be different from the needs for in the pragmatic solution level. And the second one, the Thai tutorial student will learn to apply all linguistic features in terms of appropriate after instructions. The scope and limitations of my research. The first one, my research focuses on the effects of the approach on enhancing the pragmatic solution of Thai tutorial students who will be selected by the purposes of needs. Number two, the elective approach will apply to the functional model consists of the inductive approach, the inductive approach, and explicit instruction approach, and the implicit instruction approach. And the third one, my study will be divided into two phases according to the research purposes to develop the instruction models and to evaluate the instructional model. Okay, the expected benefits. First one, thing that is be helpful to the teachers because they can use the elective approach to build and enhance the student communication skill and academic performance. The second one is maybe enrich the details on the elective approach and pragmatic assessment. And the third one is maybe how in understanding student pragmatic level. And teachers can more specific use of language to their teachings and help the student build the mindfulness to pay attention to the appropriate use of language. And the last one is to help to design the curriculum and syllabus to support the course designer in choosing the teaching materials, creating exercises, and selecting typical explanations. Let me move to the literature review. I plan to literature about the communicative competence and the pragmatic theories such as the development of pragmatic, the forest theory, the pragmatic transfer, pragmatic follow, pragmatic competence, the testing the pragmatic competence. And I will also review the teaching pragmatics in the EFL classroom. And I will move to the instructional model method in teaching pragmatics and development. That is the deductive approach, the inductive approach, the implicit instructions, and the implicit instructions and instructional model, and end with the period study. For my methodologies, the research will apply the mixed method design. This is the quantitative and qualitative data. The quantitative data try to answer the pragmatic competence, the pretest and protest for, and the substitution toward the instructional model that is resolved into the statistical analysis. And also the qualitative method try to answer the into data. So my study divided into two phases. Phase one to develop the instructional model and phase two to evaluate the instructional model. I plan to instruct my study according to the ideal model in instructional design. Since as you know in the table, phase one divided into three steps of analysis. I will analyze the commentaries related to the pragmatic methods and the instructional model, and then I will analyze the teachings and learning method of pragmatics and pragmatic methods. And the last one, I will analyze about the needs and problems of pragmatic methods. In the step of design, I plan to design the instructional model, and the step of development, I plan to develop the instructional model. For phase 2, that's about the evaluation of the model. I divided into two stages as well. Stage 1 is implementation, the instructional model, and the second stage is developing the instructional model. Okay, let me go to the procedures of each stage. For phase 1, stage 1, analysis of the documentary research, teaching and learning method of mathematics and computer analysis. So the objective of this stage is to study the documentaries, investigate teaching and learning method, and analyze the problem. So for the result is the documentary research of mathematics, teaching and learning, and also the mathematics competence. Example for this stage is 80 business English student who is registered for the uniform hotel course in academic academic year 2024. Here we presented as the purpose sampling technique to the state of analyzing and problems. The research tool is the mathematics teaching synthesis form that I want to make a form to check the teaching system. The questionnaire on need and problems on mathematics competence and the semester interview. For data collections, the questionnaire and the semester interview will use to collect the data on the problems. For data analysis, the documentary research and semester interview will be analyzed by content analysis, and the questionnaire will be analyzed by the percentage mean and standard deviations. For phase 1, stage 2, stage 2 is designing the instructional model. This stage focuses on characteristics of the electric instructional model obtained from the result in stage 1. And mentioned about the reviewing concept and theory related to instructional model and teaching approaches. For my data source, is also in the documentary research on mathematics teaching and learning method of mathematics and also analyze and for selecting the model outcome teaching approach contents of the instructional model or instructional materials and how to evaluate the instructional model. This tool is the mathematics teaching model synthesis form again to find out the characteristics of the model we want to set. And for data collections, I studied and review about the US academic documents and research article collected from the domestic and the international source, and we take the finding to design the characteristics of the instructional model. For data analysis and analyze the data by content analysis together with the result from the stage 1 for developing the instructional model. For stage 3, stage 3 is about developing the instructional model. These aim to develop the electrics instructional model to enhance the mathematics limited outside the levels. It focuses on creating contents, developing contents, and evaluating contents. The examples are for these English students who registered for Uniform Hotel Course Business Course 1 in academic year 2023, and they will be selected by the process sampling technique. My research tools are the electric instructional model, the lesson plan, achievement text, and open-ended questionnaire and semester interview. For data collections, the student do the pre-test and before the learning, and then study in before the English 1 course by using electric instructional model. After that, we do the pre-test and do post-test. After finish the lesson, afterwards they complete the open-ended questionnaire and interview. For the data analysis, the pre-test, post-test for you analyze by using percentage, mean, standard deviations, and t-test, also E1 and E2s. For open-end questionnaire, analyzed by using percentage, mean, and standard deviations, and the semi-structured interview analyzed by content analysis. Okay, after I finish phase 1, I do the pilot study. The pilot study will examine how this study could be conducted in practice and unexpected problems. It's to test the study research design and also the research instrument, which could not improve with research. The electric instructional model, the pretest, protest, questionnaire, and the semi-structured interview will be applied to the pilot study with a group of students with the same context. And I hopefully that the pilot study will finding research on the devising and improving the instructional models and set for the pretest, protest, the questionnaire, also the interview questions. Okay, for phase 2, there are 2 stages in phase 2. Stage 1 is about the implementations of the instructional model. This stage aims to implement the electric instructional model to enhance the pragmatic implementation of scientific level scientific students, and also focuses on the process of teaching by using the instructional model. The samples are 80. The students who register for the English for Hotel Business Course 1 in academic year 2024. They will be selected by to receive some techniques. The research tools are the relative instructional model, the C-plan, achievement test, open-end questionnaire, and semi-structured interview. Also, the same data collections, the student do the pre-test, study, do the post-test, and create the questionnaire and not interview. Data analysis, the pre-test, post-test score will be analyzed by the percentage, the mean, SD, t-test, and E1, E2 for the questionnaire, analyzed by using percentage, mean, and SD, and semi-structured interview analyzed by content analysis. Lastly, stage 2, evaluating the instructional model. The objective for this stage is to compare the student pragmatic competence before and after instructions by instructional model. Also investigate the student opinion and satisfactions on the instructional model. The sample are 80 students who registered for Wimontham Hotel 1 course in year 2024. The research tools, also the achievement test score, the open-end questionnaire, and semi-structured interview. The samples, I collected data by use the open-end questionnaire and interview with the sample, and analyze the data by using statistical in pretest, post-test, and open-end questionnaire, and analyze by content analysis with the semi-structured interview. Okay, I hope that at the end of my study, I got the instructional model, like the ethics model that I said, and also the pragmatic subjective test. And for my work now, I finished chapter 1. For chapter 2 and chapter 3 is on process. And my problem is quite few in the study in Thai context, and one more is for my instructional model, I cannot decide the best one, the instructional for each stage to teach the student. I have to research more. And okay, that's all for my talk today. Thank you for your considerations.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Could you give the comments for dissertation request, please?
All right, I'll try to be quick. Thank you, Sharon. I think my first comment will be the same like the previous presenter. I'm not sure why you guys do the presentation like this, but it's a little bit confusing because you keep repeating the same point. When you put those things in phases, you can put them under probably data collection or research protocol or something. Then you can talk about the phase and mention things just once or refer back to them if you need to. When you put them in phases, the tendency is like you keep repeating the same thing, repeating the same student, repeating the same analysis, and you'll get some people confused. And the research persons are automatically different. Now that's about your presentation. On to your study. You say you're looking at the effects of lectic instructional model on enhancing pragmatics, whatever. You're looking at effects and enhancing. These are two key things that are in your title. Which one are you doing exactly? Are you looking at effects or you're looking at enhancing?
Followed by enhancing.
Okay. Then there's a problem. In your presentation throughout, you have been mixing up some things which you might need to think about or clarify. Are you applying the elective instructional model in teaching pragmatics? So that means the model is there and you only apply it with your students to teach them pragmatic competence, or you are developing a new model and implementing that.
Okay. Since the effective is like the combinations to combine all the various approach to the teaching process. The main point is how to use the main one to each state. So that's why I told you earlier that this is the thing that I have to research more, which one is better for each state of in each context. Are you listen?
This is what I was suggesting, because in your presentation, you seem to be doing everything at the end of the day, doing nothing. Let me explain to you what I mean. In your presentation, you're letting us know that you're going to be applying, like what you just said now, that it will be the model has different steps or different layers, and you're going to be applying that with your group of students, teaching them pragmatic competence. If you look at the your last two slides, you were talking about developing and implementing, which means you have to design your own model and you implement them with your own students. So it's not clear which one you're doing because it seems to suggest that you're doing all of that. You need to be clear about it. Whichever one you choose, at the moment, I'm still not clear about what you mean by eclectic instructional model. What does it mean? You need to explain what it means. You need to show us what it's like, what the model is like. You need to be clear about what are the components of the model. What does the model seek to investigate or seeks to assess or to test? All of that is not clear yet. And you also need to be clear about the teaching steps, the implementation step, the application steps in teaching of this model. You don't seem to have that yet. At the moment, you make the model so different from your investigated construct, which is pragmatic competence. You need to make sure that the model go alongside the pragmatic competence, which is what you're investigating. Okay, and not talk about the model separate from pragmatic competence because you're using the model to assess pragmatic competence, but you never connect the two. You talk about the two like there are two separate things you're doing, which is not the case. So think about how to reconcile that. And again, when you're talking about pragmatic competence in your presentation, you never tell us what pragmatics is. You never tell us what pragmatic competence is. What do you mean by pragmatic competence? You need to be clear about that. Okay? When it comes to pragmatic competence, if you look at your chapter 2, it seems to suggest you're only investigating one aspect of pragmatic competence, which is politeness. But let me tell you that there are lots of aspects of pragmatic competence. Speech acts is also one of them. And there's lots of other things. When you say pragmatic, so it's not clear what exactly about pragmatic competence you want to investigate. That's not clear yet. So whether you're to do something on pragmatic competence or not, it's still not convincing to me at least. Why you're focusing on politeness and not on speech act, or speech act and not on the cooperative principle, it's still unclear. Why do you think you need to use this model to teach pragmatic competence? That relationship is still not clear yet. So these are things you need to make clear in the study, all right, if you really want to make it, good enough. And also, all the things you have for 1.1 as significance of the research, they are not significance of the research at all. Nothing, they are just something else, nothing about significance. Another thing again is your 1.2, you say purposes of the study. These are not purposes. Look at the thing I was telling you. I said to develop the eclectic instructional model, to develop, you see. That's why I asked you the question, do you want to develop or you're applying the model? You know what it means to develop? To develop is to create. So are you going to be developing? Or the model is already there and you're going to be applying? You need to think about this carefully. Because what you're saying with the things you're writing in some sections, no time. At one point, you seem to suggest you're developing and implementing. At another point, it seems you're actually applying. And these are all different things you need to think about. Like your purpose says you're developing. The second one says you're evaluating the model. If you are applying the model, what then are you evaluating? Are you evaluating the model or you are evaluating pragmatic competence? You should be evaluating pragmatic competence and not the model. Now, you seem to make the model your focus and not the pragmatic competence. It should be the pragmatic competence and not the model. The model is only a means for you to achieve pragmatic competence. But your focus is not pragmatic competence, it's not the model. But you seem to foreground the model and you forget completely about pragmatic competence. Because the moment you leave out pragmatic competence, you don't have any research. So these are things that, so your book 1.2, these are not purposes you need to write everything. And the things you have here for 1.2 as purposes, what you have here as research questions, okay, look at, for example, research question 1.3.1. It's so different from what you have for research purposes. Research purpose number one, you're looking at to develop the model. Research question number one, you're looking at characteristics of the model. They are not the same thing. To develop and character, they are totally different things. Do you understand? So I think that you're trying to get into a very interesting area of research, which is pragmatic competence. But at the moment, it's not clear exactly what you want to do. Because you're seeing too many things and you're not being clear about anything. Now, whether you want to develop and implement or you want to apply, it's still okay. But you need to be clear about what you want to do. Think about also the fact that your focus is on pragmatic competence. Talk about pragmatic competence and say that you are only using the model to evaluate pragmatic competence. Your focus is on pragmatic competence and not the model. Be clear what you mean by pragmatic competence. Be clear about the different aspects of pragmatic competence you're going to investigate and why. So don't just say, I'm going to be looking at politeness. Why politeness and not speech act? It's speech act. Why speech act and not cooperative principle? These are things you need to think about, okay, and make clear decisions. And you cannot think about that if you haven't gone back to the literature to identify gaps. Because at the moment you don't have any gap, you still haven't told us why you're doing this research. The only thing you said is the committee asked you last time to relate it to ELT, but there are no barriers to why you need to do this in the literature. Okay, so think about all of that, and again, you talk on page 9, you talk about a summary of the model. That's still not very clear because you need to, like I said, talk about what the model is, talk about what the model seeks to measure. Because it is from what the model seeks to measure that we can relate to pragmatic competence. Do you understand? Because without which then we'll just be doing something else. And you also need to be clear about pragmatic competence again, because You rarely talk about pragmatic competence. And to me, that's where the juice of the research is. The juice of the research is pragmatic competence, not the model. Because you can use any other model to talk about pragmatic competence. And what is eclectic model is just one of them. There are other models you can use. So the main thing in your research is on pragmatic competence. Talk about it. Be clear about what it means. Be clear about the aspects you're focusing on. Be clear about why. And you can now use the model to marry that. So please, I'll suggest overall, again, you're talking about documentary research analysis. You cannot evaluate pragmatic competence using document analysis. You can't do that. If you read the literature, you won't see that. At least this is my area, so I know what you cannot do pragmatic competence using document analysis. You cannot. So this is just something you need to spread out and read again to see how to do proper analysis of pragmatic competence. And this again, it's not clear because you don't even know the aspect of pragmatic competence you want to investigate. You understand? So once you know the aspect of pragmatic competence you want to investigate, this thing should be clear to you. So my overall suggestion would be please go back and read and read and read and be clear exactly on what you want to do. Okay? And once you're clear on what to do, then you can be able to write something nicely for people to read and understand. Is that okay?
Okay, I would like to just give some idea or some suggestion. Okay. First of all, then Sudan. First, you found that our students lack the competence of communication, right? They lack the competence of communication, and you call pragmatic something, right? You say that they lack of competence of pragmatic competence. You like that. And then you think about, you will create a model. You will create a model to enhance their pragmatic competence. You think your model that you create will enhance the student pragmatic competence. Okay, you think like that. Okay, so in that case, I think at this time, we don't need to show all the process after you create the model, right? Right now, we talk about after you create a model, then you will apply implement. You will implement the model, and then you will do the comparison between pre-test and post-test, right? To see the competence, and go to the last step. So I just think we don't need to go further like that. And today we just should talk about the first step that you are doing now. The first step that you are doing now is you found. Now you found already, or you will find about the competence, about pragmatic competence. Okay, so let's say you found the problem of the communication already, and then you look for some teaching module, okay, to help them. And the teaching module that you think about is eclectic approach, right? That means many teaching methods, right? Mixed together. And I agree with you. Only one method cannot help. So we will mix many methods, and that is eclectic. Okay, and you will use that, and you will create a model. Okay. So I think at this moment we just talk about the problem that we found, and we talk about the model that you will apply, or the instruction model that you will apply. I think in that case, Dr. Eric will be not confused about that because you write, all of us, write everything in the future until the end, so it may confusing. Okay, that is my comment. Okay, my comment.
That's very important. So just state what the problems are. You understand what are the pragmatic problems you found in your classroom, and why you think that existing models in the field cannot solve those problems, and what is it about the invented model you think can be able to solve that problem you have in the classroom. So I think if you make that clear, then you should have a very beautiful research.
Yes, okay. Yes, thank you very much for the comments. Are there any more comments? Yes, for this that. Okay. This is the dissertation progress report.
So actually, in the same my assignment for me.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Because I just study for this model just
Okay, very good job. Thank you, Jatsida, for your very interesting presentation. And the next business, she will go to pick up her son. Yes. Okay, and the next one will be Mr. Sittisak from Turkey. He's the Ph.D. in ERT student first batch, and he's also the top student as he got the full GPA is 4.0. Yes. And his title is Enhancing EFL Graduate Students English Essay Writing via AI-powered writing assistant. Also, he's a lecturer from Rajabhat University. Yes, he's from Rajabhat this morning. Okay, please welcome him.
For the beautiful action of you. Okay, all right. In terms of research, I am always knowledge researcher. Saying to myself, I have to learn many things and have to keep learning. So the word I'm going to present to you today is what I'm learning and what I will keep learning more and more. Okay, everyone. As you know, my name is Sittisak, a PhD student of ELT, Rajabhat University. And today, I'm going to brief what I am doing right now. Okay, I'm not going to talk about the 3 chapters, but I would like to brief all the process, the key concepts or idea that I am doing for my 3 chapters right now. And the topic of my presentation is the title of my presentation, Enhancing EFL Graduate Students English Essay Writing via AI-powered writing assistant. And I have 2 advisory committees. The first one, Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant as the main advisor, and the second one is Assistant Professor Dr. Jamat as my co-advisor. And today there are 4 main sessions that I will cover. Okay, beginning from the significance of the study. Then I will proceed on to the literature review. And then I will brief the research methodology to you. And the final points, I would like to brief my task and my commitments as in the process. Okay, first, in my first session, I would like to give you some backgrounds of the study. I'd like to begin with the significance of the research. Okay, according to the title, right? When this dissertation is done completely, I do hope that I will gain an innovation for EFL writing. And also, this will be a tool for students to create their own tasks. And also, they can use this to complete their works. And also, it will be selective tool for teaching, for writing teachers to apply to their writing classes. This will be the benefit of this research. So, I have come to my 5 purposes of the research. Okay, these 5 purposes will be in the whole process of my dissertation. Okay, I will brief the purposes to you, and then in the next slides, I will match them how I come up with these purposes. Okay, the first one is I would like to investigate the writing errors of the target students, the graduate students, especially non-English majors. And then after that, when I learn something about their writing errors, I would like to develop a model. Okay, in this model, it includes design process or the lesson plan that teachers can use in the classroom. And this model is the use of the AI-powered writing assistant to enhance the students' essay writing. And then after developing the model, okay, this is the main process of the research, is to enhance the target students' English writing via the AI-powered writing assistant. And after that, I would like to investigate the differences between the sample students and the non-sample students, both before and after the model implementation. And the last one is, since we have developed a model, it's necessary to analyze the effectiveness of the model itself. Okay, these are the general 5 purposes. And then when we have the 5 purposes, so here are the 5 research questions. Okay, first I would like to investigate what errors, what type of errors, okay, in details of the graduate school students here in my context. And then I would like to investigate in general, yes, what are the good design, the process or the lesson plans that we use AI power into the lesson plans to teach students. And then I would like to examine the differences between the 2 groups of the students, the sample groups and the experiment group. And the last one, what is the effectiveness of the AI powered writing assistant on the sample, on the target sample students. Okay, so here are the 4 main hypotheses of the research. Okay, I hypothesize that now Thai students, especially in the EFL context, they have some, not some, but they have a lot of errors, a lot of problems when they have to produce writing because they are non-major, but they have to produce some text in their study. So we do hypothesize that they have some certain level of writing problems. And then the second hypothesis is that after the use of the AI-powered writing assistant, okay, the abilities of the student will be improved in some way. And the third one is that between the 2 groups of the students, experimental and control, okay, they will show some significant differences between their writing abilities after learning from AI. And the last one, we do hope that the AI-powered writers that will give some positive effects on the sample students of English, especially in terms of essay writing abilities. So for the scope of the research, okay, this is one of the key points that I have to improve and work on a lot, because this work seems to be large, so I have to make a clear scope. But today I think it's not clear enough. But I have some key way ahead that I have to get it clearer to me more, that what should be input in the module. Okay, the first scope of the research is that one AI will be selected in this study, because we cannot have more than one AI, because we have to teach the students how to use the AI. But and what AI will be selected? Okay, this will be based on the survey. Okay, that I will be addressed in the research method. So I have to check which AI is suitable for the target groups, as they are not English major students, and the AI should be easy for them to use, and the AI should be able to improve their English writing in some way. So this is the first scope of the research. And then for the essay, yes, I have to base on their course, because the students are taking a course like English for graduate students, and it's not only English that is taught in this course. Yes, English writing is just one point, and I have to check what point and what genres. But usually, these people learn academic genre, how to produce their abstract in English, and for sure, as they are not English major students, they don't have to write research in English. They have to write in Thai, but the only thing they have to write in English is that the abstract. But sometimes they get help some other people to produce the abstract to them. So the amount of their exposure to English writing is very low. But for this research, I have to at least improve them to produce the text in English, especially their work in their field in English, to be able to produce their own abstract. And for the time limit, okay, it's about 45 hours. But anyway, it's based on the course that they are taking. As I have already said, that English is only one point in that course. And also the content based on the sample groups nature. Okay, in my context, the majors that are provided include educational, administration, or business management. So I have to check again that how these people write in English and what content they are. Okay, let me skip this. Okay, now let me move to the second part of my presentation. Okay, now in this part, I would like to brief the literature review to you, how I come up with this kind of work. Nowadays, technologies have played important roles in our daily life, and the AI for this term has been input in many devices or many technologies, okay, surrounding our life. And one of them is used to the field of education, and also in the field of language teaching. So now we have seen on the internet, and we have seen in the AI market that there are so many AIs that are developed to help us learn or communicate in English. But the scope of my research is that I would like to focus on writing only. So here are some key concepts about how AI is used to help writing. Okay, it can help create text, help spell check, or even plagiarism detection, or even give some selection in the word choice and so on. So these abilities of the AI can help our students in some way. Sometimes when they give some assignment to them to write something to us, okay, we don't know if we don't interview them, how can you come up with this word? You write yourself or you have someone to write for you. But you know, many of them, if they know some AI, if they can experience some AI use, they can use some AI and produce the text to us, and we don't know. So for this research, I would like to bring those up into the official research by teaching them how to use AI and how to make them create text and check that text and so on in their writings, and then they can submit to us, or even they can post, or they can submit to journals, something like that. So this is the key idea for this research. And so far, there has been an increase in research that use AI into English writing teaching. But in Thailand, there has been a very few research now. So this is one of the points that I have to work on a lot, because in Thailand, there has been very few studies for this. So I have to find more words in this field in other countries. Okay. Now, I would like to proceed on to the key points of my presentation this afternoon. In part one, research methodology. Okay, the target population, as I told you, they are graduate students, okay, in the northeast of Thailand in this semester of the academic year 2023. But for the sample, I would like to do the purposive sampling in my context, right? Rajabhat University. And now 40 students are expected to participate in this work. And for the design, okay, this research will be done in the design of research and development. There will be 2 cycles, research 1, development 1, and research 2 and development 2. Okay, now I'd like to clarify what the R&D in this research is. Okay, in the research 1, now I am doing the documentary research. Okay, it means that I'm studying the previous research, previous books and previous work about how AI can be applied to teach writing, especially in English. And also, I have to study the context of the target group, especially their coursework, course description in English. What are they learning for their study, and in what part they can participate in this research as another course. And after that, I would like to do a preliminary study. What I mean by this, I would like to make a survey in general that in Thailand, how and where AI is used, especially for writing. Because I would like to claim that AI is, the use of AI is still limited in Thailand. But I would like to gain some data from this survey to back me up for how AI can be developed and used as a tool in the writing course. And after that, I will merge the data from the documentary research and the survey to develop the first module of the lesson plans. Okay, and then after I finish the first module, I have to pilot this module with a non-sample group to see how it works. Okay, to see in what way the module can be further developed. And after that, I have to improve the module to get ready for the real sample group. Okay. This is the R&D in cycle 1. And then in cycle 2, research 2. Okay, for the idea of research 2, it's time to implement the completed module with the sample group. Okay, first, I would like to divide them into 2 groups because I have to see the differences between the 2 groups, experimental and control groups. Okay, and as you see that there are 40 students, so I have to divide them into 2 groups equally. And then I would like to manage the pretest first. Okay, in details, what the pretest is like. Okay, the pretest we ask the student to perform writing in English. Okay, based on their ability, based on their content. Okay, for example, if their major is business management, they have to write something about their knowledge about business management in English, and then how to diagnose their written words. Okay, I have to create or adapt the writing rubrics into my research, and then the use of rubrics. I have to have two waiters who are not me myself. Okay, but before the waiters use the rubric, I have to do waiter training. Okay, after I have the rubric, I have to train the 2 waiters so that they can come up with the same idea when they mark the students' work. And in the rubric, there are 2 types of rubric: holistic scoring rubric and analytical rating rubric. Now, okay, in my MA, I used to do the holistic one, yes. But for this PhD research, I would like to study deeper into the student's text. So I will select the analytical rubric rating scoring because it will analyze the grammar, the content, the idea, and the organization of the student's work. Okay, this is the idea that I'm going to do for the pre-test and post-test. And after that, it's time to implement the module. Okay, the sample group will participate as a classroom, but I have 2 groups, right? So I have to say 2 classrooms. The first classroom is for the implementation of this module. But the second classroom for the control group, they have to learn writing without this module. And I say blended because this will be the mix between the teacher teaching writing, but the student, when they create text, check their text or revise their text, they have to do on the platform of the AI. Okay, this is the part of the AI in this research. According to the natural use of people who use AI, they use AI for creating text and revise text especially, right? So after the classroom is complete, okay, I have to perform the protest letter, and then I will have to interview the sample groups, how they feel and how they view the AI as a tool in the writing class. And also, I would like to add a questionnaire on the use of the AI as well. Okay, that's the end of the experimental. But still, I have to complete the development too. So in this development, I will gain the comments or gain uh, the things that I have found during the use of the AI in the experimental group. So I have to improve the AI or improve the module again to be ready for the next use. But for my research, okay, according to my advisor, there should be two cycles. But if I have 3 cycles, I have to do the module with another group of the students. It will be further or longer time limit. Okay, right now for the task and the commitment. So far, I have done the documentary research, but it's not still enough. I have to work on more. Yes, and so far, I have published 2 articles according to the documentary research. The first one is I review the AI writing power system. So I have found that in the world right now, they use AI for writing in classroom. Yes, with different ways, different levels of the student and different genres. Okay, and now I am in the progress of the preliminary study. I mean the survey development. So the next step is that I will complete the survey, and then I will survey the students' experience in the AI use, especially for writing. How about my problems? Okay, the key problems is that, as I told you, there are very few previous research works. So I have to read and gain more AI experience in the teaching of writing. Okay. And this is the timeline for me. I do hope that the preliminary study will be done in the end of August. And also the next step is that I will do I will develop the first module, the rough draft of the module in September and October 2023. And also I will hope that the implementation takes place during November to March this year. And also the last step will be March and May of next year. And I expect to defend my 3 chapters by the end of next month if I can complete it well. And also I will hope that the 5 chapters will be completed by the mid of next year, 2024. Okay, this is what I have planned to present to you, Professor. Thank you so much for your kind attention. And now I'm ready for your comments. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. This is a presentation by Mr. Echan. Yes. Would you please give some comment for me? Yes.
All right. First of all, congratulations. I think what you're doing is quite clear. It's also in trend. And I'm very positive that it's going to make a huge contribution to the field, especially in Thailand. Because one of the things I like about your presentation is you have been able to identify a gap. And it's very true that when it comes to AI research, you can find a couple of them in other contexts, but you don't seem to see anything happening within the Thai context. And that's a good niche. Secondly, again, because this is the age of technology and your research is just timely. All right, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what you're going to be showing us at the end of your study. Now, something you mentioned in your presentation is that you'll be looking at opinions, right? But that is not reflected in your research question. In fact, I would suggest, because if you look at your research purposes and your research question, there isn't any that focuses on opinions. And I think that opinions will really make a good, part of your research question and purpose, because At the end of everything you've done, it will be interesting to see what the students say. What do they think about using AI in their writing? So what you have as, for example, what you have as research question 1, 2, 3, 4. What you have as research question 4, I'll suggest that you rephrase that to reflect opinions. Because in looking at the effectiveness can be integrated in research question 3. So your research question 3 can incorporate us when you're looking at the differences. You can look at it and also talk about the effectiveness as well. So you can put that as one question. Then question 5 would be the opinions of the students regarding the use of AI in writing. I think you'll be able to get some very interesting data there because you mentioned it in your methodology. So it should really be part of your research question as well. Just something out of curiosity, you talk about AI, and there are different AI programs, right? You didn't say anything about which one you're going to be using. But you mentioned it after your preliminary survey, right? Okay, because I want to know exactly which AI you're going to be using to teach the students. So I think after your survey, you're going to get information. So I think my comments are best that I'm very much happy with the research. The gap is there, it's well established. The topic is trendy, and it's certainly going to make a huge contribution to research in China and to writing in particular. Something else I want you to be aware of, which you need to address when you are writing, which is very critical again to the time in which we need. You mentioned that you're going to be looking at the writing errors for your research question 1. Now you need to be careful how you'll be looking at errors. Because when you look at errors from a second language acquisition perspective or a traditional, English language teaching and learning perspective, they will call it errors. And you need to make the distinction between errors and mistakes in their writing. Are they errors or are they mistakes? That's one part of it. The second part of it is we also need to be careful because today there's a lot of challenge to what we traditionally call errors in students' writing. In fact, linguists today will call that creativity, especially if you look at that from a global English perspective. Okay, they will call that linguistic creativity. They have other names for that. They will call it errors. So you need, if you want to use errors, that's fine, but you need to be clear on the perspective from which you are calling them errors. Now you're not looking at it from a global English perspective, okay, where you're looking at native conventions or native standards versus non-native standards, but you're looking at A, B, C, D, E. So you need to be clear about that. That's very important. Okay. And I think that should be it. Overall, I think it's good work you're doing, and that's it. I'm sure you're going to have a better research. Just add opinions from number 5. It should be part of your research because it's part of your research design as well.
Asking about this, relating to Dr. Eric's question, what are the AI that you are going to use? What are they that you are thinking on now?
Okay,
you suggest the name of
to be honest, right? When we teach students, we have to be keen, or we have to have some certain ability to use something before we introduce to the students, right? So now I am using to grammar and fieldbots. Okay. And to me myself, okay, I say they work very good because they help me produce my papers that I was to publish, and those articles are accepted, right? But I cannot claim that they are tools, and for my writing course, I can introduce them right away to my students, right? But for this research, I cannot say like that. I have to gain some data, gain something to support me that, okay, this AR, maybe Grammarly or Keynote, or maybe something else is good for Thai students. Okay, so for me myself, okay, I would say Grammarly and Keynote. Yes, and now I'm using them in my class. But for my research, I have to wait for the data to back me up. Okay, so this is my idea.
It seems confused about using the word non-sample students, and so it seems to be your non-sample students are in the the control group, something like that, and the sample group are in the experiment group. Is that correct or not?
Okay, they are members of the population, but they are not members of the experimental group and not the control group. Yes, they are in the same population. And I use them as for piloting only.
Piloting for what? Piloting what?
Piloting the module, the lesson plans.
So could you please talk about the blended classroom again? What do you mean by blended classroom?
Okay. For my research, blended classroom here is that I still have to use the teacher to teach writing, and that teacher it should be me as the researcher. Okay. I still have to explain to teach them this writing, how to produce essay, how to select words, how to organize the word. But AI will play the role as a platform when they create that text, when they type, because the AI will come up with the good text, good sentences, and they order something in the sentences for them.
So blended, your meaning is blended between teacher
Right.
and tool.
Yeah, right.
Blended together.
And also, Professor, okay, thanks for your question. To add my answer, in this research, students should learn something from AI, not just have the AI produce text for them, and then the written word looks good. It's not only like that. But my idea is that after this research or after the course, when they produce the text with their pens, they should remember something, gain something from the AI. So I mean that when they produce their text on the paper, their written text on the paper should be better than before as well. Not only rely on AI itself. Because in the real life, they don't have AI with them all the time. They have to write on paper. So this is what I would like to check. That's why in pre-test and post-test, the written text will be paper. That's
I have a question to ask. What do you mean by the first hypothesis? The sample graduate stated that a certain level of English essay writing ability and writing errors. What does it mean?
okay. I believe that they now have lots of problems, lots of grammatical mistakes, and their organization in the text is poor. Their spelling is bad. This is what I mean, Professor, but I have to clarify it later.
Normally, this one is like the survey one, right? So I think you cannot set your hypothesis before you find out their errors or their problems. So maybe it will be better if you did this one because you haven't known in advance, right? It's just like you expect that there will be some errors occurred by then, right? But it doesn't mean that you can expect the level of the errors from them, right? And the other point I would like to talk about the purposes of the research. as Ajahn Eric suggests that dissertation number 3 and number 4 are the same things, right? So I would like you to change your research purposes number, which one? Number 3 and number 4. I think they are the same thing. They are overlap, right? Because you would like to enhance the student essay writing ability, and at the same time, you would like to compare, right? To find the differences in the essay writing of these two groups. Maybe they are the same thing. I think you can combine these two together in order to relate it to the suggestion from Ajahn Eric, from dissertation number 3. That's it.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, I think that's all from our professor. Okay, thank you very much, Ajahn Yusuf. Thank you for your insightful presentation. We still have 3 students there, Professor. We have three students, 1 from Thai and 2 from Myanmar. So, yes. And the next one will be Assistant Professor Somyong Somik. He is the Ph.D. PhD student, the first batch 2, and he is a lecturer of English program, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajabhat University. And the title of his dissertation is An Applied of Linguistics Theory to Develop the Teaching Materials of Translation to enhance the translation ability of Yes, please welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Somyong Somik. I am a student in Ph.D. student. And today I would like to present my research progress and report in the title of and I shared this vulnerability, but I share the topic title, the development of handbook, not material, right? To enhance the translatability of IEL learner. Okay, my professor and my major advisor is assistant professor Dr. Internal, is my major advisor, and associate professor Dr. Akkarapon is my co-advisor. For this research, I found many the research from the article, and I found that there are many problems with the student in translate in English or writing in English. Is a poor of English grammar. So I would like to conduct the handbook to develop them. It is the first one. For adjective, research adjective, I have 6 adjective study in this research. For number 1, to study program on English Thai translation of student majoring in English, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University. Number 2, to analyze needs and needs on development of handbook on English Thai translation to enhance English Thai translation ability of EFL student majoring in English, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science in Rajabhat University. And number 3, to develop handbook on translation to enhance English Thai translation ability of EFL student majoring in English faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University. And number 4, to find out the effect of using handbook on translation to enhance English Thai translation ability of EFL student majoring in English faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University. And number 5, to evaluate the English Thai translation ability of EFL student by comparing the result of pre-test and post-test score. And number 6, to assess the certification of EFL student toward handbook on English Thai translation. There is a question. Number 1, what are the problems on English Thai translation of student majoring in English faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University? Number 2, what are the ways of development of handbook on English Thai translation to enhance translation ability of EFL student majoring in English faculty of Humanities and Social Science at University? Number 6, how can a handbook on English Thai translation be created to enhance translation ability of EFL student majoring in English faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University? Number 4, what are the effects of using the handbook on English Thai translation to enhance translation ability of EFL student majoring of English faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University? Number 5, what are the level of translation ability increasing after using the handbook on English Thai translation to enhance translation ability of EFL student majoring in English faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University? Number 6, what are the level of student certification that affect from handbook on English Thai translation to enhance translation ability of EFL student majoring in English faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University? Scope of problem, scope of population. The population of this study will be the English major student faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University. Number 2, the sample of this study will be the first year student majoring in English faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Buriram, Rajabhat University. They will enroll on academic translation course and will be selected by using purposive sampling. Expect benefit. Number 1, the result of this research can be used to provide as a teaching material for students in translation course. The student can use to the handbook on the learning. Number 2, the result of this research can help the student to overcome the problem in translation. Number 3, the teacher can use the handbook on English Thai translation as the teaching material to enhance the student ability in translation. Number 4, after studying with new teaching material, the translation ability of the EFL student will be improved. Literature review. In this review, I review about division of translation, translation theory, theory of translation, type of translation, type of translation, translation process, module of translation process. Program of translation. For the program of translation, I found from the research article, and then I select here. There are many programs. The research that I found and that I read from this researcher, the theory of curriculum. For the theory of curriculum, I used to apply to develop the handbook for this student. This first one, theory of curriculum. Element of curriculum. Curriculum model. Curriculum development. This one is the example of step of development of curriculum or handbook. Part 3 is methodology. This design. This is achieved chapter design, need analysis, and development of handbook on English Thai translation and implementation. According to CAR model of Farmis and McTaggart, this model is used to design in each place of research as shown in the following. This one is design of my dissertation. For phase 1, documentary research. For phase 2, design and development. For phase 3, implement and evaluation. For the first one, I do the research to find the program on English Thai translation in of the student. And the second one, needs on development of handbook on English Thai translation of the student. For phase 2, design. I use the content of handbook on English Thai translation of the student. Number 2, the quality of handbook of English Thai translation of the student. Number 3, the use of handbook on English Thai translation for the development in the chapter 2. I developed the handbook on English Thai translation of the student and implement of handbook on English Thai translation for the student. So evaluation of handbook on English Thai translation of the student. This one is the overview of this place. For phase 1 analysis, the objective of of number one, to study problem on English Thai translation of the student. Number two, to analyze speed on development of handbook on Thai English translation to enhance translation ability of the student. Question is the question number one. What are the problems on English Thai translation of the student? Number two, what are the needs on development of handbook on English Thai translation to enhance English Thai translation ability of EFL student? Is variable, independent variable, is the first year student on English program faculty of Humanity of Social Science, Buriram Rajabhat University. Independent variable are the problem on translation ability of the student and need of development of handbook on English Thai translation of the student. This design is big method. That is you choose the survey methodology to collect data. This method still will be specified to the problem and need of a student. On creation the handbook on translation is the design of and the phase one analysis of the needs and problems on English Thai translation of the student as follows. And this one is the model of the is the design of the phase one. I do that follow this step. Population and simple. Population of this study will be the English major student, faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Buriram Rajabhat University. And number two, the sample of this study will be the first year student majoring in English, faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Buriram Rajabhat University. They will apply for translation course in academic year 2023 and will be selected by using purposes sampling. Research instrument. Number one, questionnaire. Number two, an interview form. And number three, translation test. Data collection. The data in this study will be selected by asking the student who study in this program, the faculty of Humanity and Social Science Buriram Rajabhat University, to fill out the questionnaire. The data will be collected in 2023. Data analysis. Data analysis. Number one, questionnaire. The data obtained from the questionnaire will be analyzed by using percentage, mean, and standard deviation. Number two, an interview form. The data obtained from the interview will be analyzed by using content analysis. Translation test. The data obtained from the translation test will be analyzed by using percentage, mean, standard deviation, and t-test. Phase two, develop handbook on English and Thai translation. This one is the objective of the phase two, to develop handbook on English Thai translation to enhance translation ability of ELF student, EFL student majoring in English, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University. And number two, to find out the effect of using the handbook on English Thai translation to enhance translation ability of EFL student. Majoring in English, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University. And this question, how can a handbook be created as a suitable for web to enhance translation ability of EFL student majoring in English, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University. Number two, what are the effectiveness of using the handbook to enhance translation ability of EFL student majoring in English, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Rajabhat University. This one for an epidemiology of breakthrough. I will pass quickly because the time is over. Yes. This one for grade 2. This one for development handbook on English Thai translation. I do step from this step. Step 1, step 2, and try out. And this one for operation and thinking. And this one for data collection and data analysis. For grade 3 development handbook on English Thai translation. Objective question of this hypothesis and this design. What is the design I follow from this step of this phase? And population and sample this instrument data selection, data analysis.
Yes, thank you, Assistant Professor Songyeong for the great report presentation. Okay, the commentators, let's give the comments for this presentation, please.
All right, thank you for sharing with us your research. I'll try to keep it brief for time. What you have as research questions, okay? I think we are just too many. We've got up to 6 research questions, and some of them are overlapping. For example, number 1 and number 2, we're looking at problems and needs. When you're studying the needs, you also talk about the problems. So I think number 1 is part of number 2, so you can merge those. Some of the questions also are not even related to what you're seeking to investigate. Because the end goal of your research is you want to develop a handbook. But look at question 3. How can handbook of English? Question 3 suggests there is already a handbook. So if there is already a handbook, why are you doing the research? So you need to go back and revise your questions and make sure that it actually covers what it's supposed to cover. Okay, that would be my overall comment. And so if you revise your research questions, then you have to revise your research objective. What you have as questions don't look like questions to me, they overlap and they don't seem to address your research focus. Okay. I also need to make clear about certain things you're talking about in your research. You kept saying Rajabhat universities, Rajabhat universities. Are you investigating all the universities in Thailand? You know, so you need to, I don't know what you mean by Rajabhat university. So, because you can't do that. You can't look at all the Rajabhats in Thailand, probably this one, which you mentioned in the methodology. So be clear when you're presenting. And once you're clear on that, then it goes with revising even your research design. Because the problem started with your research research purposes, your research questions, and it affects your research design because you are talking about a handbook. And the main reason why you are doing your research is because there is nothing like a handbook yet. And you're trying to identify the problems that Thai learners face with translation by proposing or developing, as your title suggests, a handbook. But you keep writing like there is already a handbook. So if there is already a handbook, then you don't need to do any research. You need to change your topic. So you need to change the whole argument of your research again and make things clear. Then the last thing I want you to add is you're looking at translation. And we're talking about AI today, we're talking about technology today. If you want your research to be trendy, all right, don't just look at translation in a traditional perspective. See how you can incorporate AI into translation, or see how you can make use of technology in translation services. That's the part that's missing in your research, because at the moment, your research is good, the gap is there, but it's too traditional. It is not in trend at the moment, and you might have problems with publication. So see how you can incorporate technological aspects, AI aspects in your translation. And if you do that, then you will do something interesting and in trend. Right? So that'll be it for me.
Who are your samples? Who are your samples?
The sample is the student.
Yeah, the student.
Student of English program.
English program.
Yes.
This Rajabhat or other Rajabhat?
Other Rajabhat. Oh, for this Rajabhat.
Yeah, so if you should cut, you should make it singular, not plural. You just put here Rajabhat Universities. Is a plural.
Yes.
So make it singular. Okay. So do they all study about translation? Do all of them study translation?
Yes. And because they study about basic translation and Vajakon.
Grammar. Okay. So you want to know they have problems, or you want to know they need the handbooks or not? How do you know that they need the handbook?
I used the questionnaire to ask them, but now I don't use. I'm not.
You have not finished.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You create or construct the questionnaire to answer about the need analysis, right?
Yes.
About helping translation. And after that, you would like to check the effectiveness of the handbook, right?
Yes.
How do you check the effectiveness of the handbook?
I used the questionnaire for ask about the student opinion, and then I used the test for test the student. If they study with handbook, the score of the student view high or low.
So you will compare the pre and post test.
Yes.
Okay. You will make the test
Yes.
to compare their ability and translation ability.
Yes.
Between pre and post. Okay, and you can see that your handbook is effective or not.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is the reason that I ask you is to check your concept about your doing this dissertation. You have to know about why you do this research title, and what are your instruments, and how will you evaluate, your instrument or your purposes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Assistant Professor Samir, for your very interesting presentation. Thank you. The next one, okay, we still have two left. The student from Myanmar. Okay. Okay, the next one will be Miss On Nawamin. She is our PhD student, #1, and the title that she is going to present today is Challenges and Coping Strategies of EFL Teaching in Higher Education of Myanmar. Nawamin, are you ready? Nawamin, did you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you ready? Yes, you're ready.
Yes.
Let's start. Okay, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my special thanks to research committee hosted by Faculty of Humanities and Social Science and ERT program, Rajabhat University, Thailand. I would like to express keynote speakers to Dr. Eric Ambele, Mahasarakham, University, Thailand. I am very thankful to all my teachers and my friends. I am very grateful to my advisors, Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant and Dr. Sawara Rupesan. Today is a special day for all of us, the PhD students' life, and I am very happy to present my progress report here. My name is Nawamin from Myanmar. My research topic is challenges faced by teachers of English as a foreign language in Myanmar universities. There are 3 parts in my progress report. They are significance of the study, literature review, and research methodology. Let me present significance of the study first. Significance of my research. This study on the challenges faced by English as a foreign language teachers in Myanmar universities holds significant importance for multiple stakeholders within the education system. Firstly, it contributes to the field of EFL education research by providing valuable insights into the specific challenges encountered by EFL teachers in some Myanmar universities with pedagogy context, professional context, technical context, and emotional context. By identifying and understanding these challenges, the study enhanced knowledge base regarding the complexities of EFL instruction in Myanmar, which can inform future research endeavors and contribute to the advancement of EFL pedagogy. By uncovering the specific difficulties faced by EFL teachers in Myanmar universities, the study can shed light on areas that require attention and improvement. By understanding the challenges faced by EFL teachers, policymakers and administrators can make informed decisions that facilitate the provision of quality EFL instruction and create an enabling environment for both teachers and learners. My research questions are: what are the specific challenges encountered by EFL teachers in some Myanmar universities with pedagogy context, professional context, technical context, emotional context? How do these challenges impact EFL teaching practice and student learning outcomes in Myanmar universities? What factors contribute to the challenges faced by EFL teachers in Myanmar universities, and what recommendations and strategies can be proposed to address the identified challenges and enhance EFL teaching practice in Myanmar universities? Purposes of the research this study on the challenges faced by English as a foreign language teachers in Myanmar university are 3, 4. Firstly, the study aims to identify and understand the specific difficulties and obstacles encountered by EFL teachers in some Myanmar universities with pedagogy, professional, technical, and emotional context. Secondly, the study intends to provide valuable insights into the implications of these challenges for EFL teaching practice and the overall quality of language instruction. By as many the difficulties faced by EFL teachers, the research aims to uncover potential barriers to effective teaching and student learning outcomes. Lastly, the study strives to contribute to the broader field of EFL education by adding to the existing body of knowledge on EFL teaching practice and challenges. Scope of the research is this study focused on the challenges faced by EFL teachers in some Myanmar universities by encountering the specific difficulties, exploring the implications, and proposing recommendations. The study aims to contribute to the improvement of EFL instruction, enhance teacher professional development, inform policy decisions, and ultimately benefit both teachers and students within the EFL education systems in Myanmar. There are expected benefits. May I point out them? It's expected to understand, is expected to know the situation of English teaching challenges in some universities of Myanmar. It is expected to understand the solutions in teaching English challenges of the teachers in the higher education of Myanmar. It's expected to be a consideration and input in overcoming the difficulties in teaching English language for the teachers. It's expected to receive lessons from the teacher without any difficulty so that the lesson can be easy to understand for the students. It's expected to be used as resources in improving teachers' performance, especially in teaching English for the universities. It's expected to be used as reference for similar research and stimulation for other researchers. In my literature review, there are four main parts. I am trying currently. They are pedagogical challenges, professional challenges, emotional challenges, and technical challenges. For pedagogical challenges, the first, according to Zencha and Jan 2011, the first one is teachers and their classroom challenges. Challenges of pedagogical approaches, limited access to resources, limited classroom interaction, lack of interest, motivation for learning English, challenges of socio-cultural and contextual factors, assessment practice. According to BIMISH 2018 professional challenges, inadequate teacher training and professional development, motivation, competencies, peer coaching, knowledge sharing, professional learning communities, measurement and accountability. For technical challenges, according to ATMA 1998 and 2012, there are first order barriers and second order barriers. For emotional challenges, there are three types are used according to Murray 2006, confidence and anxiety and self-esteem. Research methodology. Let's recap research methodology. For this part, I'm going to present population and sample. For the research participants, participants, the target audience will be EFL teachers, and I will collect the data from different universities in Myanmar as research sites. For the sample size, the approximate number is about 100. For the reliability and validity of the data, I will do the final study. Before I collect data collective process for the questionnaire survey, I will invite 5 professors, 20 EFL teachers, then 2 professors and 10 EFL teachers for semi-structure interview. Finally, I will observe 5 EFL teachers teaching practice in the classroom. Let me go to the next research tools. Here I would like to present tools and how to develop. I will use exploratory research in my dissertation. For the data collecting method, surveys, interviews, and classroom observation will be used to gain insight into What factors contribute to the challenges faced by EFL teachers in Myanmar universities? In quality the data, I will use mixed method question, quantitative and qualitative together. In analyzing the data, I will focus on printed analysis. Let me describe how to analyze the data step by step. Firstly, prepare and organize the data, review and explore the data, and create initial posts and review those posts and revise or combine into themes, present themes in a cohesive manner. Ongoing for other tasks. Currently, I'm conducting chapter 1 and 2 and 3. In doing so, I have some reference. Also, in quality data information from the EFL teachers in universities, access to participants. Obtaining access to teachers in Myanmar universities might be challenging due to administrative restrictions, time constraints. However, I hope it will be overcome by the guidance and suggestions support of my advisors. I expect to finish my research stage chapter 3, 4, 5 no later than October 2023, and I will try my best to be able to defend my chapter dissertation no later than July 2024. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Nawamin. And next, the commentators, please give us some comments. The plenary is outside.
Hello. Okay. Nawamin.
Yes.
Okay. These are questions from me. Okay. These are questions from me. First, what is your research design?
Yes. My research design is.
What is your research design?
Yes, quantitative and qualitative mixed method design, teacher.
Okay, mixed design. How
Yes.
about qualitative? What will you do with qualitative?
Yes, quantitative and classroom observation.
Yeah, I asked you how will you do the qualitative research? How?
Yes, teacher. I will share Google for about EFL teachers, 100 EFL teachers for quantitative data, and 20 EFL teachers. I will interview semi-structure interview for semi-structure interview EFL teacher, 20 EFL teachers. Yes, for classroom observation. I will choose 5 EFL teachers from different universities. Yes.
It is the survey, right? For the quantitative, you will do the survey. Okay, you do the survey, and for the qualitative, you will do the interview and observation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for the number of participants for your survey, there are only teachers. Is it like that? There are only 20.
Yes, sir. For quantitative data, I will choose EFL 100 EFL teachers, over 100 EFL teachers.
And you will give the questionnaire to only 20 teachers, right? Only 20.
Yes, questionnaire data survey. Yes.
Okay, this is from my opinion. I think 20 is not enough. I think 20 is not enough. How about 30%? That is 30 teachers. Can you do that? 30 from 100, right? The population is 100, and your sample will be 30. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. This is just only my suggestion. Only my suggestion. And
Yes, thanks for your suggestions.
about the interview, you will interview. How many teachers will you interview?
Yes, 20 EFL teachers for semi-structured interviews. Yes,
How many teachers will you interview?
Yes, 20. Yeah, 20.
20?
Yes.
20. Okay, I think it's a lot for the interview. I think it's a lot. You may select only 10. Okay, only 10 teachers to interview. How about the observation? Class observation?
Yes, sir.
How
For observation,
many will you do for the class observation?
yes, 6 teachers or 7 teachers, yeah.
For the class observation, you will go to take a look at teaching. How many classes will you take a look?
Yes.
Classes or how many classes for observation?
Yes, classroom observation. I will choose 6 or 7 EFL teachers. From 4 different universities.
Okay. From my perspective, I think it should be different. I mean, 30 teachers. That is one group. 30 teachers for the questionnaire. Okay, 30 teachers for questionnaire, and 10 teachers for interview. They are different, right? 30.
Yes.
30 for questionnaire. Different from 10 for interview. And you say 7 or right? 7 or 6 or 7. That will be your observation, and it should be different, right? It should be different. So the totally you will have like okay, let's say 47 teachers. Can you do that?
Yes, teacher.
Okay. That is my suggestion, for you to do your dissertation. Go to ask the questionnaire for 30 teachers, interview 10 teachers, observation 7 classrooms, something like that. Okay. Thank you, Manutsangkomwattana. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your suggestion, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Nawamin, for your insightful presentation. Are there any more comments about her presentation? Yes, that's it. Okay, thank you, Nawamin. Your presentation is very insightful. Okay, the next one will be Wimontham. Okay, she is the Ph.D. ELT student as well from the first batch, and her title is Empowering University Students Participation in Practicing Global Citizenship Education for ELT Context or Process. So, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, please welcome her.
So let me share my screen first.
Okay, we can see it now.
Yeah. Okay. So good evening, everybody. First of all, I'd like to give my special thanks to all my teachers and also my advisor and all the committee members, and then all the participants and all my friends. Yes. So I like to say Mingalaba. Yeah. So today I like to give my deepest thanks to our invited special speaker, Dr. Eric. Yeah, for your insightful keynotes and also for your suggestion and also attention for all of us. So thank you so much, Dr. Eric. So let me present my topic. You see, empowering teachers' knowledge and experience for implementations of global citizenship education in ELT context for course. Cool. I'd like to introduce with my advisors, okay? You will see that my major advisor is Associate Professor Dr. Akkarapon Nuemaihom, and my co-advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Kembiapa Intanu. So I'm really thankful for all my advisors because they are very excellent, patient, and also very smart. Yeah, so let me present my presentation. Today, I'd like to present three main parts. Number one is significance of the study, and then part two is literature review, and the last part is research methodology. So let me begin with my presentation by presenting about significance of the study. First of all, I'd like to present that the ideas of global citizenship is not a new one, but its popularity has increased as the administrator and educator understands its importance and seeks to include the language in their missions, statements, and strategic plans. So, however, successful implementation of global citizenship education has been slow. So here, I like to present that education doesn't change the world. Really, education changes the people, and people change their world. That's why I believe that global citizenship education is also a transformative education the world needs, because it is a response to the call for more relevant education. And also it's a transformative education that aims to develop knowledge. Okay, so Adrian Omar, teacher Omar, can you mute yourself?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me present. It's a transformative education that aims to develop knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that learner needs to make a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world. So this study is significant because a variety of international educators and also organizations, policy experts, and researchers in the field of education noted that GCE should be invited into all subjects area, including English language teaching, because such implications is enabled by the teachers related to the context and pedagogy involved in the ELT classroom. Here, I'd like to present my research questions. The first one is, what are the teachers' views and experiences on global citizenship education in English language teaching? And the second one is, how do the implementations of global citizenship education improve the way they teach English in the classroom? And the number three is, are there any differences for the teachers' teaching pedagogies between the experimental group and the control groups after professional development programs based on the concepts of global citizenship education? And number four is, are there any differences for the students' knowledge and language skill between the experimental group and also the control groups after cultural exchange program? These are the purposes of the research: to investigate how teachers address their understanding and the applications on global citizenship education in ELT classroom. And next, to promote teachers' relevant knowledge and teaching practice in English language teaching as global citizenship educator. And number 3, to improve students' knowledge and language competence in English language learning as global citizen. And the last is to examine the effects of implementing global citizenship education in English language teaching. Let me present the scope of the research. The population of this study will be English language teachers from different universities in Myanmar. This study will consist of interviewing a small sample of English language teachers at tertiary level. According to the author, that we can say that a small site individual is the idea for phenomenological study. However, as the reader of the study may make connections between their own experiences and those of the study participants, so the findings may be transferable. Now, at the end of my thesis, I expected the benefits. They are as the following. Number 1, it will improve increased knowledge and practice of the teachers for global citizenship education. And next, for fostering learners' active participation in English language teaching classroom. And also exploring teachers' effective pedagogies in teaching English. And for enhancing students to know and value global citizenship. And the last is for promoting teachers to be global citizenship educators. So let me point out my literature review. Yeah, this is the sample draft for my literature review. So let me present about 17 Sustainable Development Goals. There are the 17 SDGs, so we can call that they are blueprints to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. This will be according to the 2030 program. And also among these 17 SDGs, the goal number 4 is quality education. Okay, because it's ensure inclusive and equality education and promote lifelong opportunities for all. So, and then I like to point out the UNESCO Education Center program. According to the UNESCO, we can say that education builds on the words of peace and human rights educations. Okay, so theoretical discussions of global citizenship and also global citizenship educations has begun in recent decades. Most of the existing literatures focus on the definitions and modes of global citizenship education, and teachers' understandings of relevant ideas and proposed approaches, pedagogies, and teachers gaining of relevant knowledge and competencies. Few studies have empirically investigated how global citizenship education related ideas are being put into practice at the university level. So global citizenship can be integrated with many subject areas, and each of them has an important contribution to develop the key elements of active and responsible global citizenship, according to the Oxfam 2006. That's why global issues should be addressed in ELT courses as a way of teaching for global citizenship. Okay, this is the theory for educated rules and teachings around the learning circuit, according to the Scholar Corps 2017. There are 4 main parts for the teachers. So they may be facilitator, and then sometimes they may be subject expert, standard setter or evaluator rule, and also the coaching rule. This is for the students. According to the experiential learning cycle, there are 4 stages that we can evaluate and measure the learning process, whether they are successful or not. So number 1 is concrete knowledge experience, and step 2 is reflexive observations, and step 3 is abstract conceptualization, and the last step is active experimentations. So there are 3 main domains for conceptual dimensions of global citizenship educations, according to the UNESCO 2015. Okay, the aims of the global citizenship education is for cognitives, to get the knowledge and thinking skill in English language teaching, and also social emotional. It means values, attitudes, and social skill, and also behavioral. It's just like the conductions, performance, or practical applications and engagement. Why they are practicing in this 21st century? Because we can complete the 21st century skill, for example, communication, cooperation, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. Okay, so this is the Sustainable Development Goal or Global Goal. So let me skip it. This is the theory framework for global citizenship education. And this is also for global citizenship education in ELT. This part is for building student global competency. This is for the teachers, their practices into ELT contents. And also this is the curriculum perspectives or GCE. Okay, so let me present about pedagogical framework of global citizenship educations. According to the GCE programs, we can practice curricular approaches or using information and communication technologies or sports and arts-based approaches, community-based approaches, teacher training, youth-led initiatives, and monitoring and measuring global citizenship educations. Okay, so let me point out the principle for pedagogical that we are practicing in global citizenship educations. So they are dialogue and participation. It means as the teachers, we can create a learner-centered environment in the ELT classroom. And the number 2 is holistic and interdisciplinary. It just means we can promote the core values and have learners internalize them. And the next point is multimodal. It means that we can engage the student holistically through different learning strategies. And also value formations is to promote the core values and help learners initialize them. And critical empowerment help learners to critically respond to situations and take actions. And the last point is applicable and relevant to introduce more relevant knowledge and skill to learners. This is the pedagogical framework of global citizenship education for the teacher. Now, let me point out the pedagogical framework of GCE for the students. So if we practicing about GCE in the ELT classroom, the students can improve their critical thinking skill, and then they can practice in dialogue, reflection, and responsible being or their active participations, just like in the diagram. So this is the overview of my literature review. Here, this chapter presents about how will I conduct my research. So let me present first. There are 4 main parts in this research methodology. They are populations and sample, research tool, how to collect data and analyze. So let me present about populations and sample. First, for the teacher selection process, the researcher will use the purposes sampling method. They may be concerning with the GCE. Okay, so the degrees and the age level are like that, 30 to 58, like that. For the student selection process, I will use the random sampling method. I will focus on undergraduate and postgraduate as well. The age range will be 16 to 25. Then the fixable numbers will be over 100. It's just like in the table that I have shown. For the survey, I expected to collect the data from 50 teachers and 100 students. For the interview sessions, I expected 20 teachers and 30 students. For the classroom observations, I expect 10 teachers and 20 students. Okay, so let me present about my research design. This study will be divided into 3 phases as following. Phase 1, questionnaire survey and semi-structured interview. Phase 2, experimental design. And Phase 3, classroom observations. Now here for these questions, I like to use that the research tools are online survey, interview sections for semi-structured and focus group, and also professional development webinar, and the last one is classroom observations. See, this is my pilot study to test the validity and reliability for the data. So The first survey sample size, I will do that 5 out of around 150. For the interview sample size will be 20 out of around 15. And then I like to invite 2 emeritus professors and 3 professors, and I also 5 associated professors and 10 lecturers. So I like to present how will I collect and data for methodology. For the phase 1, this will be utilized to specify the knowledge and experiences based on the tenets of global citizenship, and also global citizenship education to advance teaching pedagogies in English language teaching. The data obtained from the survey will be analyzed by using percentage, mean, and standard deviation by using SPSS. Okay. This is for phase 2. The researcher will design the professional development webinar as an experimental design, and the data from the interview will be analyzed by using context analysis. There are 3 steps. The first step is to examine the teacher's prior knowledge and experience. And the second step is to implement treatments, just like that professional development webinar. And the third step is to explore the implementing of GCE and teaching English language can advance their teaching pedagogies. This is the phase 3. This will be the classroom observations. It will involve exploring the difference and effect to advance teaching pedagogies and to enhance students' language skill and 21st century competency by following a professional development webinar. If it is used as either a research or evaluation measure. So the data will be collected by requesting the teachers through focus group discussion, and also will be analyzed by using context analysis. So let me present my future task and commitment. I expect to do my 3-chapter defense not later than October, and also my last 5 chapter not later than July 2024. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you so much all my teachers, all the invited professors, and all my friends, all the committee members, and everybody. So thank you all from my heart. I'm warmly welcome to get your suggestions and feedback.
Yes, thank you, Wimontham, for your presentation. Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for sharing with us something very interesting. Again, because you're looking at global citizenship with regards to UNESCO agenda. And I think that's quite interesting to look at, because this is usually an area that's not very much researched, especially in this part of the world. I just want you to clarify, when you talk about global citizenship in your title, global citizenship education, what does it involve? What are the aspects of global citizenship education in the research?
Yes. So Professor, let me confirm that because of the sound advice, I can't hear well. That's why let me confirm your question again. So are you asking about the implementation of global citizenship?
No, not the implementation. What do you mean by global citizenship education? Because it's a big term, right? It's a big concept. So what aspects of global citizenship education are you looking at in the research?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor, for your questions. So according to your questions, the accepts of global citizenship education is a global trend in this education in 21st century skill. Because in the past, in the last decades, all the learners had passed and focused on the exam, passing the exam or having the good grades. They are perfect for all the students. But it's the global challenges, and then it's totally changed in this 21st century. According to the UNESCO and United Nations 2015, they have been implementing 2030 programs for quality education. it means that we, all the teachers and all the students, have been participating to implement for quality education. So in this one, global citizenship education is a main aspect when we are planning for 2030 quality education programs. Because if we implement global citizenship education, there are three main steps. The first one is you see that cognitive skill. As the learner, they will improve their cognitive skill. It's just like they can improve their knowledge and thinking skill and their language ability, writing, reading, listening, speaking, like that. But on the other hand, they will also improve their interculture and diversity and also communication, just like that. So they will value their social, emotional, and also behavior, because it's very important for all the learners to be global citizens. It's just that's the main aspect for why we are planning for global citizenship for quality education. So the main target is we are implementing to get 21st century learning skills. It's just like communication, cooperation, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. This is the access of GCE.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you go back to the title? I think that's clear. You use the word empower.
Yeah.
Teachers' knowledge. How do you empower teachers' knowledge? I think what you're doing in your research is not empowering.
Yes.
I'm not comfortable with the word empowering. It's how do you empower your knowledge and experience? That's not an ideal word to use. Okay, so change the word empower to something else. Either you're raising your awareness or you're exposing them to something, or just think about what you're doing in your research and use another word instead of empowerment. It's not empowering, you're doing it. All right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so think about that again. All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, Wimontham.
Yes.
Wimontham, could you give me example of the context that you will put, in your lesson plan or in your teaching? The
Yes.
content of GCE, that you will put in your lesson plan that you will teach your students. Please give me some example about it. Please.
Yeah. So, Professor, let me confirm your question again, because the voice is not clear yet today.
Okay.
So, Professor, you are asking about how to assess for how to incorporate, right?
I would like you to show me examples of
Yes.
content, the example of GCE content when you put in your lesson plan, for teaching English. Okay, so
yes,
what are the contents? Please give me some example about it.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Professor, for your good questions. Okay, really, I have studied a lot for lesson plans, how to do or how to incorporate GCE in English language teaching courses, because I got sources from British Council last year. So I've learned there's a lot of lesson plan, and I have done a sample. It's just for academic writing skill for undergraduate level. So the last 4 months, I do a sample. It's just like the topic is global warming. So I did as an experimental design, and I let them group into 2 main groups. On the first group, there will be no treatments, and they haven't let it down about according to their idea. So they have to write an essay about global warming. It's just that group, and another group is a control group. In this group, the teachers have to share by using or integrating global issues in the teaching. For example, I use that video, and I also send you the pictures and audio, and just like that video, I will share the material, authentic material. For example, when they are discussing about global warming, but some of the students haven't got enough idea because they may lack of their idea how to write it down. So in the first group, I have found that they may get grammatical mistake, but I can find their creativity because they just mention like that. Sometimes they make a copy, just like. But on the second group, they had been treated as by sending authentic material. For example, by sending video or showing the movie or just like that. And also as the teacher, he shares how to incorporate it, just like group work discussion, just like that. So in their group, the students have been discussing about global warming, the topic for global warming. So they can share a lot of idea. And then they let them again write down. After that, I found that they can write very well. And I also find that they get a lot of information and knowledge about global warming because of their collaboration skill. They have to discuss from the focus group. So they can share a lot of idea. But on the first group, they won't get any, how can I say, they won't get too much sentences. They only get a short paragraph because they haven't got enough ideas and background knowledge. Yeah. So this is my sample test for academic writing.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good job. Good job.
Okay, this is the questions and the comment from our commentators. Thank you very much, Wimontham. Thank you. Your presentation is very insightful indeed. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody.
And yeah, yes, everyone have their own expertise. Yes, but this time I just share my technique. Maybe it can help. Yes. Okay, last week I presented my proposal, and okay, John, Associate Professor Dr. Prakasit, okay, Assistant Professor Dr. Ikom, okay, Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin, John Dr. Sawarot, and Associate Professor Dr. Nuemaihom. They kindly give me the comments. Yes. And my advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant. Yes, this is the outline, and I would like to start with the first slide. Okay, do you exercise? Yes. Do you meditate? Meditate, yes. I would like to talk about this because for me, I usually exercise. So the exercise makes your body strong, and when you're stronger, you can expand working hours. Doing PhD need time to study something to deep detail. So if you not exercise and you're not stronger, you can make it a short time. So the suggestion is to exercise and to meditate. Meditation expand your concentration, your consideration, your imagination, and creation. When you meditate, you can read something more, go deep in detail, and you can create something different with the detail. Yes, but I usually do it alone because if my wife call me, I cannot meditate. Okay. Yeah, physical and mental health help you success, help you expand your working hours and your concentration. It's really important. Just 5 or 10 minutes a day. Yes. Next, consult your advisor. Okay, how often do you consult your advisor? Okay, when you consult your advisor, you ask questions, you ask for guideline, you confirm the right direction that you don't go the wrong direction. So if you go the wrong direction, you mislead yourself, and the whole that you have is you have to begin again. So that's very dangerous. Consult your advisor. Consult your advisor can reduce stress, but sometimes increase. Yes. Get feedback, okay? You get feedback when you consult your advisor. Yes. The advisor can save your life. Yeah, they know how to help you, especially when you defend your dissertation. They know what they will help you at that time. they know because they understand your work, okay, and to survive, not to die. Next, note taking. Do you take note when you study or when you read? Okay. Note taking help to remember the details, to know where to start again. You don't need to start at the beginning at every time. You just know that, okay, I reach here, where are you? To connect the content smoothly, you can connect the content that you have. Yes, for me, I have the sketchbook. Okay, my technique is I have one book with no line because I can write anything. This is my name. This is my son drawing. He draw everything in my house. Yes, this is the note that I take. This is on the day that I go to marathon day in January, and I sit at Dr. Nawamin's house and we talk about this. I just have the paper and a pen and I know, and then I stick it into the notebook. Okay, and you know I don't need to go back to this again because I got it. I got the idea and the concept. This is the summary of the comment from Dr. Prakasit from the progress report. Yes, I summarize. I stick it in my notebook. This is from from Ajahn on that day. Yes, this is that I know that plan for the approach comparison table. Yes, this is the I know for the literature review. Yes. This one too. Yeah, so I know that okay, I have this, and which one repeat? Okay, I cross it. This is when I go to see my advisor. I summarize his comments and I note the day, so I'm not confused. This one is the mind map that I take. This is the comment from the advisor. Yeah, the red pen. Yes. Yeah, and I know and I try to make it in list so I know which one I eat, which one is still left. Yeah, use mind map and checklist so you will be able to check which one is finished, which one is still need to be eaten. Next, be clear with your rhetorical framework. So if you clear with the concept or theory that you use in your study, you will be able to defend your book so efficiently. So if you don't understand the concept or the theory, it's hard. Do you work every day? Yeah, consistency is really important. Make dissertation in your to-do list. Okay, make it to-do list. Don't write it after the whole day, after work, because you can be burned out. You will exhaust. You will be so tired. So make it to-do list. Sometimes you have time in the morning, you make it. Sometimes you have time in the afternoon, you make it. No need to be the same time of the day. Make time to write it. Do not find time to write. So you must plan. Me too. I plan to write. Not to find free time, but I plan. They will write. Apply writing strategy. Yes, according to Dr. Eric this morning, yeah, very effectively. You need to understand. Yeah, me too. I understand writing process. Synthesize. Okay, and content. So the writing process. Yes. We can follow the writing process, rewriting, drafting, and get feedback from the advisor. I revise and edit. Yes. And as for example, chapter 1, okay, we adapt move, okay, move 1, 2, 3. This is the move step from Changla approach. Okay. And you see, this one is I kept from my folder. Okay, I have draft. I have 6 drafts. Before I made advisor, I have 5 drafts. After made advisor, I revise again 6 drafts. Yes. So I do like this because if I need the information in the draft before I can go back to look at it. Yes. So don't be it on the same file. It's dangerous to lose some information. Writing assistant like a very famous one. ChatGPT can help outline. Yeah, but anyway, we can assess it. We can evaluate.
no need to copy it, but it can help us outline. So in writing process, it can help in brainstorming, and as Ajahn Yuthajak said, it helps check the grammar or the writing of the language by human. Prepare first draft, okay. Make the first draft is no need to be perfect one because you still need to edit it, okay. When you find that you're not ready or writing box is very important because writing box is in you don't have idea to write more. So the solution is that to find more information, consult advisor and ask for feedback. After that, when we have the PowerPoint for our presentation, okay, we have the blueprint like the introduction, okay, 20 slides, and we will take like 8 minutes. Teacher review 9 slides, 5 minutes, and research methodology 14 slides, 7 minutes. So it will be like 20 minutes and 43 slides. But we have to know that this one is very important, and we must present. This one we can skip, okay, we plan in advance. Practice presenting with timer, okay, about 20 or 25 minutes. Answering some question, ask your assistant to ask the examiner, like you ask your friend to be the examiner and ask questions so we can practice. Check all equipment and test it on the presenting day. Try to explain when answering question, okay, not only yes or no, but try to explain what the question is. Do not make up your answer, do not lie, because sometimes the examiner, they know the concept, they know the true answer, but sometimes they just want to check that, okay, we understand. So don't make up. But we can ask the examiner that, okay, could you please some suggestions for this? Get prepared ready. And prepare some document in hand, not only the copy of the proposal, but some document related. Get enough sleep. Yes, thank you. Thank you, the closing speech for the presentation, please.
So, if you promise, you are going to defend the 3 chapter research proposal in October, right? And 2 of you in October, and 3 of you in November. So, as you promise to me and to the current committee, you will be finishing your PhD within 3 years. You will start commencing learning here, doing the PhD in 2020, no? 2021. Now it's 3rd year. So you have to finish by the 2nd quarter of next year. If you can do that, that would be great. If you cannot do that, you break your bones. Thank you very so much. My dear student, Tyson, also my dear student from Myanmar. We hope to have you with us in person very soon. Very thank you. Manutsangkomwattana, thank you so much. And also, Imon, thank you very much for your huge contribution. Thank you so much. The telecom committee should be at this return is overall. And also the would-be PhD candidate, that's it. And I hope to have you for the 4th batch next year. And I think before we're ending our progressive talk session, I would like to invite all of you please join me in giving a big round of applause to our speaker. That's for officially declaring the progressive part, 2nd time session officially closed. Thank you so much. Take care. Okay, bye bye. Bye bye. See you next time. Bye bye.